Hello, it's me, Mayo Hosko, and welcome to my channel.
Hello, it's me, Mayo Hosko. No sugar, no filler, just a real whole egg. Welcome back to another live stream. And of course, we're going to be building more mocks today. But I also have a surprise package from shop.lego.com.au. And I call it a surprise package because I have two orders that I'm expecting, but I don't know which one it is because I haven't had time to properly to properly identify the size of the package. I just know that there is a package. So I'm not sure if it's the small one or the big one. So yeah, I'll have to unbox that today and see what it is. So we've only got one person in the comments, and that was Lego Joe, who commented a little while ago. And right now I am trying to log on to my computer, but for some reason it is being very, very, very slow. And it just does not want to load up the internet for some weird reason. This is one of the more stranger glitches I've ever had on this thing, and it is a big inconvenience. It's a big inconvenience. So I really don't know what's going on here. This is a big inconvenience. Because without it, I don't have a camera for showing these, for showing me building any mocks and the unboxing. Okay, now Google Chrome is coming up. It was just really weird. I don't know why there was such a big I don't know why there was such a big delay. But it's still being very, very slow, so I apologize about not having the internet up sooner. And there are some special things that I want to say as well, and there are things on that I want to share on the screen. So I better hope this actually works, because it's now been 15 minutes since I logged onto my computer, and it only just wants to give me the option to log in to my Google account. So that's really concerning, if you ask me. And um, I'd like to know how old everyone's computers that they use is. This is only 5 years old, and yet because I've used a lot of hard hitting software on it, that's drained its life and made it a lot more slower than what it should be because of all the university software I've used on this. So that is not good. I'm going to double check something really quickly because I really hope this live stream isn't on private. I really do, because that's happened to me before. It's happened to me before. Okay, it is public. It is public, so I got no idea why. Got no idea why there's not a bar coming up to say I have 0 people watching. Because normally that'll happen on StreamYard. There'll be an eyeball that has the number of people watching. And of course, it's a Friday night in North America, so there's lots of different streams going on right now. So anyone who chooses to watch this live stream, I say thank you in advance. But who knows, maybe the StreamYard on mobile is just being very, very slow right now and doesn't want to display all of the proper numbers. Maybe there are people trying to comment right now, and there's a silly glitch where I can't see them. With the amount of times I use technology, I end up encompassing a lot of silly little glitches. Things not wanting to load, and things not wanting to open up, etc. So I hope everyone's had a good day and a good week. I definitely have. This is just being very, very slow, so I'm sorry about all of this nonsense with technology. Yeah, and there's just been a bar that's come up at the bottom, says loading standard view for slow connections. Don't know what the hell that means. Loading for slow connections. If anyone's had that pop up on your computer screen before, please let me know, because I've never seen that pop up. Standard view loading for slow connections. So the technology right there is admitting that it's slow. So I'm not going crazy or anything. Now let's open up this camera. Okay, now I can see the comments. Either everyone's just rushed into the comments, or there was a glitch where I couldn't see everyone's comments. Yeah. Remember the phrase standard view loading for slow connections. Remember the phrase standard view loading for slow connections. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. Okay, let's enter in this studio. And we want to send. Okay. So we're over there now. It's not my birthday. Hello, Mr. Blue. My birthday is in 1 week. Yeah. So let's go back and say hello to everyone here so far. So we have Lego Joe, Mr. Blue, Jody Smith, Macro Bricks. Yeah, that's everyone. So this is not my birthday. I hope no one's got the wrong idea or anything. This is not my birthday. My birthday is in 1 week, and I some people might know that I've put out a Google Docs into um into the community where if people want to register I position on my 8-hour birthday live stream, which will be in 1 week. Get in touch with me if you don't already have the link to the Google Docs, and if you identify a time slot where you might want to make an appearance on my birthday live stream, let me know via a DMs, and then I'll add you to the schedule. We've already added 4 people to the schedule. Oh, hello, Mama Lego. Okay, so looks like everything is finally where it should be. Think everything is finally loaded up, and my family uh, have gone over to. They've gone to the country today, so I'm gonna have a quiet live stream in the house. There's gonna be no distractions from my family, only distractions from my noisy fucking neighbours. Right, let me move some boxes and let's get the webcam. No, sorry, not the webcam. Let's get the screen going. There we go. Okay, there's that screen going. And now I'm getting pins and needles. So we want to change the layout to be landscape. And everyone in the live stream gang, you have the invitation to come on through. And individual people who aren't in there, but I have DMs with like a Macrobricks. You have an invitation to come on in, and if I don't see any strangers pop in the next 2 minutes, I'll put up a link. Well, I'll put up an invitation link in the chat if we don't have any strangers that come on in. Okay. And so I got my new microphone cable from Officeworks, my local technology supply store. And I did do a little test, and this is the right connection to go into my microphone. So I'm going to unravel this cord right now. It's a little bit hard when you have pins and needles. I think I'll need my Stanley knife just to get this thing open. See, Officeworks Limited Keji made in China. It was only a $4 cable, so I'm not sure how easily this thing is going to break down or not. Hello, Cliff. You have an invitation to come in via the live stream, gang. Got half a dozen people watching right now, so thank you everyone for their participation. I wonder what this new. I wonder what the quality of this new microphone cable will be. Hopefully, it'll be better quality than my old one, which went kaput. Okay. So let's come into the desk chair and see. Let's get some of these Picklewick cups out of the way and some of these Pringles cans out of the way. And let's see if it was easier to connect the microphone. Let's go to the sound settings. Should be a Blue Yeti notification that pops up. Yep. Didn't even need to jiggle to tinker around with the cable. It just connected straight away. So I'm going to change over to my Blue Yeti mic. Sorry about that, folks. Well, and my computer decides to go into hibernation mode. Oh, that's perfect. Just perfect. Well, it needs to go on charge. So now where's my charger? Come on. And because my build table is far away from my power supply, I use an extension cord to bridge the gap. Come on, plug in. And I have bags of Lego that just keep on getting spilled over. It's not good. Let's connect this thing. I have the power, He-Man. Okay, let's charge up this laptop again. And let's make sure that my camera is on the reverse angle. Here we go. There's my messy desk. And so I've built a lot of the space mocks I've wanted to build, but I have identified a couple more Technic pieces that I can use to build a couple more space mocks. And then what I told my Patreon supporters is when I'm satisfied with the amount of Technic pieces I've used to create space mocks, I'm going to do more. Gonna do more medieval castle mocks, because if you guys aren't subscribed to the Agents of Mock channel, you wouldn't know that I went on there Monday mockumentary live stream, and I showed off my castle and some of my small space vehicles, and we had a good conversation about that stuff. And I enjoyed talking with them about a number of different things, and that's just got me more motivated to do more stuff about my Lego castle. But as some people might know, before I can establish my medieval castle diorama, I have to clear off my 6x4 foot hobby table first. And Lego Joe is back, and Lego Joe is the newest member of the live stream gang. And we got to talking a lot in the past 12 hours or so after I congratulated Lego Joe on achieving 1,000 subscribers, because we got to talking about the steps Joe needs to take in becoming monetized on YouTube. Joe told me that their channel only has 300 watch time hours, and they want to fast track that to 4,000 quick fast in a hurry. I told Joe that I've accumulated over 1,300 watch time hours because of all these epic live streams I do. Because all you wonderful people at home like to support me, because I support you guys in return. It's an eye for an eye, and it's a two-way street. I've been able to rack up a lot of watch time hours from you guys, and equally, you guys have been able to rack up a lot of watch time hours because of me. So that's why I say it's a two-way street, and I recommended to Lego Joe that they do more live streams to get the watch time hours up, and then it all hit off from there, and the best is yet to come. So Lego Joe has actually scheduled a live stream, and if you're following me on Instagram, we are currently at 174 followers. It'd be great to get to 200 followers by as a birthday present, although it's very unrealistic that will happen. In my Instagram stories, I did a story with a countdown to Lego Joe's live stream. So if you want, one way to get that link, if you're not already subscribed to Lego Joe, is to follow me on Instagram, look at my Instagram stories, and find the countdown to Lego Joe's live stream. Click on that link to Lego Joe's live stream that starts in less than 48 hours. Subscribe to the Lego Joe channel, follow Lego Joe on Instagram and whatnot, and spread the love around. Yes, and as Jody references, Lego Joe is a city builder. So if anyone likes to watch Lego City updates, Joe has a few dozen of them for you to watch. And because I'm a sucker for watching Lego City updates, I have binge watched them all. Of course I have. It's me, Mayo Hosko. I binge watch everyone's city updates. Okay, so now hopefully this is back in shape. So let me just see how much charge this has. Yep, this isn't going to go into silly hibernation mode. So let's try go back to the microphone on my computer. Okay, we're back over here now. So I'm gonna leave this one. So now it's just me. Still have no strangers, so let me quickly put up an invitation in the chat so that people don't have to go to come on. What's going on? Come on, StreamYard. Come on. Come on. Silly little glitches. Come on, what was just going on there? Seriously, you, YouTube, StreamYard, someone do better. That was literally a 30-second freeze. Like, come on. And it's freezing again. Ridiculous. Come on, do better, YouTube or StreamYard. Just do better. I can't trust it. I apologize if there's an echo. Okay. Let me know if you can hear that echo, anyone. Okay. Oh. Right. Hello, Pandemonious Panda says hello, everyone. Just stopping by to say hi at work, so I can't stay long. Thank you for stopping on by. Don't everyone don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people want to watch Mayo Hosko content. Okay, let's come out of here and see if these silly little glitches stop. Because we've got to stop freezing, we've got to stop cutting out, we've got to stop going flat batteries, we've got to stop all of this technology, gods. We've got to stop all of this stuff. Because it's a pain in the butt for people behind cameras and people watching said cameras. We've got to stop all of this nonsense, please. Technology gods, we've got to stop it all. Because the show must go on. The show must go on, so please stop it. Technology. You're getting on my nerves. Technology. You're getting on my nerves. Let's clear some of this junk out of the way. I got a bunch of bricks just sitting here. So I think what I want to do is I've got these Technic pieces right here. And I want to use them in a mock somehow. So let's bring this down. Let's move my Stanley knife out of the way. And I need to get into the mindset about how I want to use these things. So these are very weird Technic pieces because they have two Technic pinholes, but then a 90-degree rotated axle hole on the other
on the other side. So I don't know how I'm going to use these. I think what I'll do is I'll use these to make some wings somehow. So I want to get some Technic bricks. Yeah. I want to get some Technic bricks. And actually I want to get a four wide light grey plate to start this off. So I'm going to get a 4x6 plate to get us started. So maybe I can attach these like that instead, and maybe have some kind of a downward thrusters at the back. Or I could do this. If it'll connect, I could do this. You tell me if you'd like to see me build something with that connection. I think I like that actually. So we can go get some. We can go get a Technic axle. Let's get a six long axle, and try to push this through. Actually, I think this is an 8 long axle. Let's get a six long axle. Here, this is a 6 long axle, and let's push this through. That almost looks like a bumper bar or something. And I'm going to be using these. Going to be using these slopes for sure. Actually, you know what? What if I put this in the middle on the opposite angle? But we need some kind of a bushing or something. So let me go to my ticket pieces and try to find a bushing. Gotta get these bushings. And let's see if we can try to centrally mount this into a position where it's not gonna slide from side to side. Like this, and hopefully this still has a stud. Hopefully this still has a stud connection. Yes, it does. Actually, that's off to one side. I think we might need a half long. Instead of one wide bushing, I think we might need 2 half wide bushings. I wonder if I actually have any of those half wide bushings. Yes, I do, because we don't want the connection hanging off to one side. We want it to be centralized. So let's get 2 of these half wide. Get 2 of these half wide bushings, and make something that looks like a bumper bar that we can have at the rear. Or maybe we might be able to put this up front. I forgot we need to put the bushing on the other side. So let's gently push this down. There we go. No, it's a little bit too much. Okay, now let's attach this to the plate. Okay, so that's the main Technic construction I wanted to do so far. So we might be able to attach a weapon or something here. And I do want to use this Technic piece somehow. So we're going to get a Technic pin that is frictionless. So we need it in light bluish grey, not a black colour. And I think it'd be good to use this as like a spinning blade or something. Maybe it can be used for a radar communication. Maybe we can incorporate a weapon in here somehow. It's fun to just spin this thing around. So I don't think we can fit an axle the whole way. No, we won't be able to fit an axle, like a full long axle the whole way through. But we might be able to fit one of the light grey axle pin adapters. So I need to identify if I have any of those in my collection. No, I don't think I do. So I'm going to have to use an alternate build somehow. Or use an alternative build. I wish I had some of these pieces in light bluish grey, not blue. Because these are this is the shape of piece I need. But it's not the right colour. But maybe there's a way to disguise this. I see someone bobbed up in the chat. Oh, hello, Zissou. Thanks for stopping on by. Don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people like to watch my content. It says, wow, Mayo collects my most favourite wow, Mayo collects most of my favourite people. Hi, Mayo and everyone. Thank you for stopping on by. Trying to build a space mock right now. You know what? Maybe I've got to use one that has a ball, or that has maybe I can use these. Maybe I can use these somehow. But that bangs up against here a little bit too much, in my opinion. You know what? Actually, instead of using these blue Technic axle pin adapters, maybe if I use these red too long axles instead, then I can get some of the small gear pieces that I really want to use. Because I want to see how these things look in dark bluish grey. Yeah, I like that. I like that look. But you can hear there's a bumping sound right there. You can hear there's a bumping. The pieces are colliding somehow, and that's not a pleasant noise. So I'm not going to be using this particular craft for to house a laser cannon. This is going to be a piece of craft that's used for space space mining exploration. And you can interpret this as a really high-tech futuristic sensor array, or you can just interpret this as a radar a radar unit. But anyway, I'm going to roll with this design, and we're going to get a 2x2 sloped brick, and we're going to try and build up the sides. But because we also have these inverted slopes, we can make one of the standard designs of fuel tanks that I like to use. So we can put this at the back. My standard design for a fuel tank. And if I get some of these one long Technic pins that has the stud connection right there, I can put those in these Technic pin holes, and we can attach some antenna control sticks. So yeah, let's get some light bluish grey 2x2 bricks. To fill in the sides there. This is definitely going to be one of the smaller, simpler spacecraft. And let's get some matching antenna control sticks, with the base being, or with the stick holders being in a light bluish grey colour. I'm not sure if they make these one long Technic pins with the stud connection in a light bluish grey, but at least I only have them in a blue colour. So from some angles close up, this will look a little bit more ugly than what you'd want it to look. Yeah, and we've got the 2x2 studs for a minifig to sit in. Sweet. Let's see if we can try build some basic landing gear on the bottom. What can I use as landing gear? I think I'm going to go really, really simple, and I'm gonna get these 2x2 round plates and get the inverted tiles to go underneath there in the same colour, because I've got a whole half drawer of those pieces right here, inverted. So let's put them on the bottom there. So put these at the back for the rear bumpers. And then at the front, make a really, really small, a really simple piece of landing gear. So we're going to get a modified 2x2, sorry, a modified 1x2 plate with the horizontal clip bar. And gonna get a modified 1x2 plate with the two horizontal clips. And if we can, try find a 1x2 cheese slope in light bluish grey to go on the other end. Not sure where those pieces are. So I'll have to come back to that later, because we've got enough clearance on the bottom here to fit this really simple landing gear. Probably should fasten it ever so slightly, but there's just not enough clearance at the bottom of this thing. So talk about really simple landing gear. It's literally just a clip and a clip bar. So that's the first mock today. A small spacecraft with either a funky design for a sensor array or just a radar bar at the front. I like to use these 4x6 light bluish grey plates for these really small classic space mocks. And you know what? Since I've got these trans green plates out here, let's make this into the Grontron color scheme. And for those who don't know what Grontron is the light grey, the old light grey, and trans green color scheme that was used in a lot of the grey classic space vehicle sets in the mid-80s. So in the late 70s and the early 80s, they used a lot of they used trans red in some of the all grey vehicles, but in the mid 80s they changed that to be trans green, and that's where we got some of those epic trans green windscreen canopy pieces. And I'd love to get my hands on some of those, and those same pieces were used in some of the small ships in Space Police 2. Actually, can probably afford to put 2 more trans green plates. Come on, I think I'll need to use a brick separator to get these things apart. Come on. Trying to get these 1x1 plates apart is very, very difficult, as everyone knows. It's an eternal struggle to get these pieces pulled apart. It really is. I'm going to have to do this off camera. It's so difficult. So difficult to get these pieces apart. Actually, it might just be easier to do it another way. Come on. God, this is so difficult. And sometimes they get really sharp edges, and it makes the process even more difficult. And sometimes a brick separator just isn't sharp enough, so I'm going to try and use my Stanley knife. You can just pry a connection open. Come on, this is really dangerous, but I just got to get this apart. Come on. Please work for me. Okay, there's one. Now let's see if we can get another one off. Nah. That was a fail. But let's see if we loosened that. Nope. didn't loosen that. Just got to find a loose one wherever we can. Okay, there we go. There's a loose one. So let's put these in between the antenna control sticks. There we go. There's a nice little Grontron craft with the spin up with the spin up technology at the front. Epic. So I was able to use half of one of these drawers that had some Technic pieces in it. So because there are only 3 of these black Technic pieces here, I can now consolidate these pieces into another drawer, and that means my Technic pieces will take up one less drawer. Which that's the goal of building all these. That was the goal with building all these space mocks with Technic pieces, was to consolidate as much drawers as possible. And there's one drawer that's been consolidated and can be used for other more important pieces that I will use more frequently in my mocks. So now that that first little mock is out of the way, I want to reach behind me and I want to do an opening of this package from shop.lego.com.au. And I said at the beginning of this stream, I didn't know what would be inside. So this was a surprise to me. But judging the size, like right here, I think I know exactly what's in here. Come on. Here we go, that's a part. I really don't like it how Lego packages this stuff, because they end up taping the bubble wrap into the package itself, which is just really, really dumb to me. It's just really dumb to me. So we got the invoice. Yes. So here are the stickers I ordered as replacement pieces. This is for the Lego Ninjago Legacy X1 Ninja Charger. This is a lot of packaging overkill, if you ask me. I wonder if Lego doesn't have a smaller size, because in this a medium-sized bag, there's just this one plant piece that was missing from my copy of the Lego Friends Main Street. I complained to Lego and they sent me these replacements. Sweet. So now I've got untampered stickers, and if I knew where my tampered stickers were, I'd get them out. Hopefully, well, if I can't find them today, I'll try find them for my 8-hour birthday live stream next week. And speaking of that, if anyone wants to come on to the panel of my birthday live stream, send me a DM saying that you want to make an appearance, and I'll send you a Google Docs about the different time slots that you can choose from, and you can look at the Google Docs, and you can pick out which time slots best suit you, and then I'll send me a DM back stating those times, and then I'll edit the Google Docs and add you to the schedule. So far, we've already got 4 people, and Macro Bricks and Lego Joe, who were in the chat, are 2 of those 4 people. So let's bring this up. We have Will Harper, aka Hoarder 66. Okay, stupid freezing, silly freezing. Okay, now it stopped. It stopped freezing. So I'll get you a close up of the stickers, my replacement stickers. There they are. And hello, Bricks. Yes, indeed, Will Harper. Be sure to hit that like button so that YouTube knows that people want to watch my live streams. To answer your question, Zissou, my birthday is in exactly 1 week. So the next Mayo Hosko live stream, which is next Saturday, is my 8-hour birthday live stream. And I will bring up the Google Docs about the information about the schedule. I'll share the screen. Come on, stop freezing. Silly technology. This is really getting on my nerves. My computer keeps on freezing. Stop it, please. Windows 10 should not be this bad. Come on, what's going on here? Ridiculous. Silly, slow technology. Come on. It's getting on my nerves. Let me do a share screen. Okay. Come on, share the screen. Stop freezing on me, please. This technology is very slow. Here we go. Let me hide this. So, you can see that, of course, I'm on the schedule. So is Macro Bricks, Venomous Typhon, Captain Matt, and Lego Joe. Anyone else is free to express their interest about being on this schedule. So there's the grid I'm using. So come on, where's the cursor? So you can see that I'll be going live 2 hours earlier than what I normally do on my birthday live stream next Saturday, because I need to allow myself time after the live stream to get ready to go out to dinner with my family. So normally my live streams start at 9 p.m. Eastern in North America on a Friday night, but next week it's going to start at 7 p.m. instead. So there's a total of 48 slots. Obviously, I'm filling 6 of them. And Macro Bricks has fully committed for at least 3 of the time slots. And he has another 2 pending his own schedule. Venomous Typhon has registered for 2 slots. Captain Matt has registered for 4 slots, and Lego Joe has registered for 1 slot. So that means we've got 6, 12, 16, 22. I thought we had more than this. Yeah, 6. No, sorry. My math's wrong. 8, 16, 20, 26. We've got 29 spots still available, and they're each 1 hour. They're each 1 hour blocks. So there are. So that's the schedule. So anyone is free to register before that live stream starts. But and I have gotten some DMs from people saying that they are interested, but they have to relay with their schedules to see what time slot best fits them. And speaking of that, Brooks says, Mayo, I am still waiting to see what my Friday plans are next week, but if I am free, I may join you for a bit. Well, that'll be awesome if you can join, Brooke and Matt. So those people already on the schedule have got the first pick of the availability. And there is something else I wanna share, because Macro Bricks did a really amazing thing. He took the Mayo Hosko logo, which is just an image of a praise wheel whole egg mayo jar, and he did a really special editing trick, and he heavily modified it to be an actual logo for my channel that is way better. And I was very emotional when I first saw Macro Bricks sending that image to me, and I'm still speechless because he did such a good job. So we're on my Instagram right here, and I said earlier that I'm on 174 followers. The proof is in the pudding. It'd be 2 months ago I said it would be amazing if we could get to 200 followers before my birthday. It'll be ecstatic if we can get to 200 followers before May the 4th be with you. And thanks to Macro Bricks again, I am making a last-minute effort to try and scout out the Star Wars set that I'm going to be building on May the 4th. Because Macro Bricks waved his magic wand somehow. A magician never reveals his secrets, and helped me to get to 300 subscribers on YouTube, and I think we're at 340 right now. Come on. What's going on here? So let's go into my DMs and want to go to Macro Bricks. Want to get an image. Actually, what I'll do is I'll stop sharing from there, just so I can get into because I don't want to reveal the conversations that me and Macro have. I'm gonna go into that. I'm gonna save the image from our DMs. I'm gonna save it to my images. Let's go to this PC. Let's go to pictures. Should have a file for YouTube stuffs. Yep, YouTube and Patreon. I actually forgot to put anything in the description this time, so that was my bad. Let's call it Mayo Hosko logo. Where was it? Come on, save. Where's the cursor? Where's the cursor? The cursor went away. What am I doing here? What's going on? Come on, where's the cursor? The cursor's gone away a couple times now. Okay, where's the cursor? Where's the cursor? Well, we just gained one more. We just gained our 175th follower, and looks like that was from Zissou. So thank you for giving the old follow on the Instagram. Why isn't this wanting to save? Save image as, come on. Come on, I want to save this image. Hurry up. This is just being a nuisance. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Zissou. Yeah. Maybe MacroBricks needs to open a commission a business or something, because Bawick Hive does some pretty nice commissioned logos. And for those who don't know, the MacroBricks logo is actually a commissioned piece of artwork from Brick Hive. I think this went to my downloads for some reason. This has just been very slow. I think it went to my downloads for some reason. Silly. Because this is taking an eternity. This is really slow going. Come on, technology, just load. What a nuisance this is. It's a nuisance. Because it's just so slow. Should have done this earlier. Should have done this an hour ago, actually. Because I didn't know how badly this was going to buffer. This is just so slow. Come on. It says not responding. That's a joke. I hope we don't have these same problems for my birthday live stream, because if that happens, that's going to be an absolute disaster. Maybe this needs updating somehow, because this has been ridiculously slow today. Slower than normal, which is not good. No, okay, it looks like it's been saved. So let's go, come on. Let's go to my photos. Stop. Let's go to my photos. Yeah, I think I am going to need to have to do an update on this. It might be something to do with it wanting to upgrade to Windows 11. But since I know I'm going to be replacing this with a MacBook, I don't want to go through the process of upgrading it to Windows 11. There's probably something on my system that's clogging up a lot of storage, which is slowing this thing down. Okay, I can open this up as a recent file. Okay, now let's do a share screen. Want to do for a window only. And there it is. Isn't that just epic? That is just such a really good but simple edit that a macro did. So this would normally say place, and there wouldn't be this language at the bottom. So we can all marvel at the brilliance that is MacroBricks with his Photoshop editing software. Because my catchphrase, no sugar, no filler, just real whole egg. And Mayo Hosko. So I am going to work on changing all of my social media, the profile pictures to be this. And I'm going to have to edit my YouTube descriptions now, or put it on my about page somewhere that my profile picture was designed by MacroBricks, because credit where credit is due. Credit where credit is due. So I'll stop sharing that. So now we can close Instagram. Actually, yeah, I think it would look good on a t-shirt. And if you do put it on a t-shirt, I'll have to buy it. Actually, I think we'll do another share screen. So don't forget about the schedule. After this live stream, I'm gonna have to work on a template about the thumbnail for this. The thumbnail for my live stream, and there'll be a box in the template saying, I am a participant of the Mayo Hosko 21st birthday live stream. And I want to put a name tag box on the template, so the guests can put in their name, and they can plug that on their social media and Instagram stories to help drum up some views for the epic event that will be my birthday live stream. And I've already shown my Patreon supporters images of one of the sets I will be building on my birthday live stream. I revealed that to them a week ago. And if I can find it right now, I will show it off. I just can't remember where I put it. It's one of the Brickhead sets. I just can't remember where I put it. And that's our problem. That's when you know, or when you're losing, when you're losing Lego sets in any given room, you know that things are disorganized, and that's happened with me. Where is it? Where did I put that set? I see empty boxes for my Lego IKEA sets, but not that Brickhead set. What did I do with it? What did I do with it? Anyway, I can't find it, and I don't want to waste your time. So I'll go back to building. Hello, Axel Plate and Papa's Bricks. Thank you for stopping on by. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people actually want to watch my videos. And as I've said multiple times in this live stream, next Saturday is my birthday, so the next live stream will be a birthday live stream, and I'm trying to do an organized list of guest panelists to come on and celebrate my birthday with me and have a real good time together. So we've already got Macro Bricks, Lego Joe, Venomous Typin, and Captain Matt, who have committed time slots to be on the panel throughout the day. Because I have commitments with because I'm going out to dinner with my family afterwards, I'm going to start this live stream next week 2 hours earlier than what I normally do, so that I can allow myself time to get ready when my live stream is over next week. So if anyone wants to register if anyone wants to come on to the panel, send me a DM expressing your interest. I'll send you the link to this Google Docs. You can send me a DM back about which time slot best fits you, and then I'll edit the Google Docs to add you to the schedule. And Macro says, you could get a cheap webcam from Amazon. They still decent and work. I think someone is actually getting me a webcam as a gift for my birthday. So that'll be nice to finally get a webcam. I just hope it's going to be light enough to actually fit on top of my laptop, because the default webcam quality on my computer is very low. It's very low, and the internal microphone on my computer is pretty much non-existent, which is why I have my Blue Yeti external microphone. And then the next best step, besides putting more effort into editing my videos to increase the quality, is to get a webcam for my live streams. So I know that someone is going to be getting me a webcam, and it looks like Zissou is trying to get a webcam as well. So we've already built this space mock, which has been good, and we were able to consolidate one of the drawers. So I'm going to put these Technic pieces back in their drawers, and we're going to try and make a castle mock. I want to, because after I completed building my Lego castle, which there are videos on my channel about that stuff, and there is a playlist on my channel entirely devoted for nothing but Lego castle stuffs that I've done. Because I did a few build updates about how I built my castle and an update about the finished product as well. And so after I finished building my castle all those months ago, I had a lot of leftover pieces. And that's why I've been getting really involved into building small little outposts and hideouts and sections of a castle wall and whatever. So I'll try and bring in one of them into the shot. I'm not going to bring the full-on castle because that's just too big. And in one of those videos, knowing how fragile the reddish-brown colour is, I actually broke the 1x2 plate extension off of one of the stairs. And for a brief moment there, we just hit a double-digit views. We're back down to 9. So this is one of my small castle mocks. You can see that it's got the reddish brown stairs. It's got some storage underneath for bales of hay or sacks of grain or whatever. And there's a small little watchtower post up top. And I've got a lot of these green, I think they are, what are they? I think they're 10 by 10 octagonal plates from the two 2013 King's Castles that I bought all those years ago. And when I disassembled those castles to make my own mock castles, I didn't use those. So now I've got a bounty of these octagonal plates, which I've used on different mocks, not just castle mocks, but also Lego City mocks as well. Because if I can reach it, one of my skyscrapers is actually octagonal. One of my skyscrapers is octagonal and uses those same octagonal 10 by 10 plates, but they're in dark bluish grey instead. But I'm not sure what I did with it. Let me try and find it real quickly. No, it's not in sight. But what I do want to find is I want to see if I have any more of those 10 by 10 octagonal plates, because I'd like to use that as the basis for building another quick little castle block. And if I've used all those that I have, then that's a good thing. So they're not with these plates. But I think I have another section. There's the Duplo stuff. That's a minifig accessories. I thought I had another section. Another section I've got to do an overhaul of how I store these pieces. And ideally, I'd like to do that after my live stream when I'm listening to a Lego podcast or something. I just gotta not back myself into a corner, otherwise I'm gonna get stuck. There's my tripod. And Papa Brick says, I'm heading to my Lego room. I will be listening and building. That's good to hear. I always like hearing when my viewers end up listening to these live streams when they're building Lego. That warms my heart, to be honest. So there's one of the 10x10 octagonal plates I was talking about in dark bluish grey. If I don't find another one in green, I think I'll do a castle mock using that as a base. Okay, that's just bulk stuff. In fact, there are probably some things in this box that I'll go ahead and put into my Lego city before my next city update. And I do see some people who have just popped in to the chat, so I'll get back to them. No, there's nothing there. So I must have used all of my green 10x10 octagonal plates. So I think I'm going to try and make a small castle rock right now on that same piece in dark bluish grey. And if I remember correctly, I had a tub somewhere that had some spare pieces that I used to build castle stuff. But I can't identify that at the moment, so I think I'll just go through my regular parts inventory to build that. See some people who popped up in the chat, so let's say hello to them. We have Seth Bland. Hello, Seth Bland. And we have Tasman Bricks. Hey, Taz. And we have Gladiator Brick Productions as well. So hello to all those three people that just came in to the chat. And because there's still been no strangers that have come on through, I'll put up another invitation link if anyone else wants to come on. So gotta move some of this stuff out the way now. I think I've got to do some major repairs to get this X1 Ninja Charger to be back in working order, because I've just shuffled it around. I've just been shuffling it around the place for the past 6 months, and it's just gotten more damaged and damaged over time. And so that's the set that I need, that I ordered these replacement stickers for. So I'll be sure to keep these. This is frozen again. I'll be sure to keep these stickers near the X1 at all times. And we have Gladiator, who's just come on.
Howdy, Mayo. How are you doing?
Hey, it's nice to have you on the panel. Taz says, hope you are well, Mayo. Just stopped in to say hi and to like and to like the stream.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for stopping on by, Tez, and
Some of this
I hope you had a good time with the Stud and the Dud today. I'm doing very well right now. Thank you for asking. And for those who don't know, in pretty much all the descriptions of my videos on my channel, there was a link to both the Tasman Bricks and the Adora Build channels, as well as a links to the channels of my Patreon supporters as well. So if you're not already subscribed to Adora Build, Tasman Bricks, Macro Bricks, Venomous Typin, or Captain Matt, or Bwigzar, feel free to subscribe to those people and support some awesome people in the community. So how's life been treating you lately? Good lady, I guess.
Well, I've just been basically working on this stats. That's about how much I've gotten done of this ship build. It's a big ship.
Yeah, I saw that you were doing a live stream trying to build that earlier.
Yeah, it kind of got boring after a while, and I had to stop for a bit because the things started getting confusing. Have you ever had like a moment where there's like a part of the build that just started getting more confusing, and you're scared of just cussing it out on the stream? So you got to stop long enough to rest for a bit. All right.
Get some of these space mocks out of the way,
So
we can get a more open room to try and build a castle rock.
nice. What kind of castle are you working on?
I've already got my main castle already built, and I have a playlist on the Mayo Hosko channel where people can go and watch those videos about the updates of how I put that together, and a video of the finished product, plus a video of all the external builds I've done for it, like this.
Well, what I meant by that was what kind of castle? Like, is it a medieval castle? Is it a
Yes.
Irish castle?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things.
It's a medieval castle, and it was built on the raised base plate from the King Leo's castle that came out with Knights Kingdom 1 in 2000.
That's an old base plate.
Yeah, because
Yeah. You ever see those old ninja sets that came before the Ninjago theme came out?
I never owned any of those, but I've always dreamed of owning sets like the Emperor's Stronghold and the Flying Ninja Fortress. Those were probably the ones I'm most interested from the old ninja sets from the late 90s.
Yeah. You'd think people are like, oh, the way the Ninjago fans are going, they're like, oh, Ninjago came long before this stuff did, Castle stuff did, and I'm like, what? The Ninja Castle, the ninjas, I mean, they act as though ninjas never were a thing in the Lego community, but there were ninjas, Lego Ninja figures, long before Lego Ninjago came out.
Brookswick says, I'm headed to bed, but nice to drop in and say, hey, have a good night or day, Mayo, and catch you later. Yeah, you get a good night's sleep, Matt.
Yep.
And keep up the awesome stuff you do on Twitch. And we have Brick Hive coming in. Hello, Brick Hive.
All right.
And if anyone else wants to come on to the panel, because we've had no strangers, I put up the invitation in the chat. and everyone in the live stream gang is automatically invited anyway.
All right. I got one. What's the worst set you've ever seen Lego come out with?
I'd be tempted to say a Jack Stone or Galador or one of
in
the
general was
creepy baby sets from the Lego Explore theme, which were in the same style as the Belleville dolls. Clickets weren't all that good.
yeah.
Um,
Buddies would have said one of the Bionicle sets, but I'm not going to unless it's actually merited.
yeah,
Actually
back in the day, I got some Bionicle sets, but I didn't keep them. I didn't keep them for long.
I understand. There were some that just didn't work with Lego sets. There were the little minifigure versions. I will point that out. There were minifigure versions of them. For a while, they had sets with minifigures. But then they decided, you know what, let's go back to the other build. Which they, for a while, had like a brick building theme for Bionicle. Then they went back to the big, like the buildable robot theme. I have some of the figures from that line. Some of the normal minifigures versions, which they're basically just one piece, like one giant, non-posable figure. It looks weird, but it's a fun little thing to show off and play around with.
Because I remember there was some Bionicle sets in the mid 2000s, not the early or the late, but they had those weird figs that almost looked like a battle droid from Star Wars, but just a little bit bigger and a little bit more curvature in them.
Yeah, there were versions that could move their arms and legs. Those were the ones I've always wanted, but I never did get my hands on it. I got my hands on the older versions, which I would have to look through all these boxes just to find them. I need to start numbering those minifigure boxes. You know that.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make a storage shed of some type.
Oh, nice!
But I do want to use this stair piece somehow.
Oh, you could make it a double, kind of like there's a thing on top and there's a thing at the bottom. I mean,
yeah, because maybe I can put a small little blacksmith's stand under the staircase, because I've got a bunch of spare medieval weaponry, and I don't have an armory yet, so that's a possible idea.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always like the Lego builds where they put details under a staircase.
Ah, nice. But you want to know a theme that pretty much killed Lego almost? That almost came close to killing Lego's popularity and making it die automatically? That was Galador.
Yeah.
Came close to killing Lego in one day.
And a lot of people say that that Bionicle saved the company, but I think it was more so Star Wars that saved the company.
Well, it was Bionicle did kind of save it, but it wasn't 100% Bionicle. It was multiple themes that they got the rights to.
Yeah, because Bionicle and Star Wars are probably the major two. But I think it's fair to say there were more people buying Star Wars sets when it first came out than there were people buying Bionicle sets when they first came out.
Strengthened Lego becoming a full-on theme is when they started buying themes, like starting up different themes and such, when they started buying the rights to stuff, that's when Lego 100% made themselves far further, get themselves further ways of making money.
Yeah, because getting that Star Wars license was monumental, and once they cleared all of their debts in the mid 2000s, after they made strategic decisions to move or to cut down their expenses in the early 2000s, in the mid 2000s, they then decided to get the Batman license for a DC, and then 5 years after that, they got into Marvel, and then
Which they stole from
they
Lego.
rode away into the
I don't
they
see
rode
that.
away into the sunset after that, and never
Yeah.
looked back.
Yep. Marvel actually, funny thing, the Marvel Lego sets came out at the same time that Mega Bloks released their last wave of Marvel sets. So you can actually say the first wave of Marvel sets came out at the same time there was still a final wave of Marvel sets still being sold. In my opinion, Lego could have sued them at that point.
So are you saying that that Mega Bloks had the license for Marvel before Lego?
Yes, they did. They actually, I have a set of a Mega Block figure that was out at the same time that Lego got the license for the first time, and they started releasing sets. Mega Block released their last licensed set of Marvel sets, which I will point out, Mega Block never did a good job on anything design, but in the end, it was literally their own fault why they pretty much lost the license. Wasn't
So that must have been why. So that must have been why they did. Um, why Lego went gun home with the original Batman theme in the mid to late 2000s, because they were waiting for Mega Bloks' contract
to
to
expire.
expire with Marvel, after they knew that with the first Iron Man movie that kicked off the Marvel cinematic universe, Lego knew that was an opportunity too good not to pass up and not to
Yeah.
pass up and get the license, because look at all the amazing Marvel sets they've made ever since they got the license in 2012.
I think the best thing they've ever come out with in the sets was the big figs entirely. Let's just point out the Hulk is probably the best figure they've made, hands down, because he's literally a big fig.
And also they made that weird set with those two ugly vehicles that sold like crazy, even though it was really overpriced and really bad, that had the big figs of the Hulk and the Red Hulk, simply because those big figs were so awesome.
Yeah, awesome figures, terrible set. But Lego could turn a trash set into a very good seller.
And it sold like hotcakes because people really wanted those big figs.
It's what the customer wants is the big figs. One thing they figured we got to figure out a way to put Hulk and the Red Hulk and the Red She-Hulk and the normal She-Hulk into a set. What's a good way to do that? Why not just make a giant set that let's not design it very well, just design the figures. And they probably asked some random creator to design a set around the figures. That's what I think happened.
And you're not wrong. They were probably trying to be as lazy as possible, because they knew that people would buy the set anyway.
In the end, I wish I had bought the set.
Because I know what set we're we're talking about, and you know what set we're talking about, but others probably might not. So I'll try and get up a picture of that set.
You didn't get the set?
No, because I don't collect licensed sets.
I can tell you one thing. I have the She-Hulk, which I bought her on Amazon. Because I was like, you know what? I'm not buying the set ever. But this figure is on sale separate. So I'm just going to buy her separate. If I ever see the Red Hulk on sale separate, I'll buy him separately. In my opinion, I'd rather buy the minifigures than the actual set at that point. Now, if they redesign another set that has the Red Hulk and the Red She-Hulk, there's the Red Hulk is $2.79.
That's a bootleg from AliExpress.
Oh, I almost fell for that one. You can tell how easily, guys, that's how easy you can fall for fake Lego right there. It's incredibly easy to fall for it. See?
So it looks like it's set 76078 is what we're talking about.
Yep. It was a pretty nice figures. The set was a bad idea. The figures, they could use some work. I mean, personally, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to get the set just so I can do a review and laugh at it later. Because that's the thing. I just get it for a laugh.
A similar reason why I want to buy the UCS Luke's land speeder, because I want to make the joke, you've been making re-releases of this set for years, and now you're making a UCS version, I want to get in on those jokes.
I think the only set I have that's a Star Wars set I've kept in one piece is is one of my favorite ships from Star Wars, which a lot of people are going to insult me for liking the prequels, but I liked the ship. I didn't like the movie. I liked the ship. That's just me. If you get the idea. You know which one I'm talking about, right? The yellow one? Yellow, or whatever it's called. It came with one of my favorite Jedi Masters in it, which was Qui-Gon Jinn. And young Kenobi, as well as Anakin when he was a little kid.
It was
It's an old...
the Naboo Starfighter?
Yep. I found it in a flea market, and I figured I was just getting the ship. I didn't think I was getting the minifigures. And it was literally sealed up with duct tape. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to pick this set up. This is literally me taking the chance and buying a pretty good... It's a pretty good deal because it was only $5 for the whole set in the flea market. I mean, wouldn't you go for that if it was $5 in the flea market?
Yeah, I just wish that flea markets were more common in this country, because people in the US are always finding crazy deals at the flea markets from people who don't know what they're selling.
Yep. Well, it was $5. I pretty much took it home. I opened it, and I dumped it out, and it had everything in it. Minifigures. I was like, what in... And this set was discontinued at the time. And I'm sitting there, and I literally closed the set. I put all the parts back in the box. I closed the set because I didn't believe what I'd seen. I put everything back in the set, and then I reopened it. And there it was again.
So do you remember what year the Naboo Starfighter was from that you're talking about? Was it the original one that came out in 01 or
That's the
02
one.
or something. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Whoever had them didn't know what they had, in my opinion. But then again, they might have been a prequel hater. Just saying. I don't have anything against people who hated the prequels. Just saying ahead of time. So those of you who hated the prequels, I understand. The movies were, but compared to the newest ones that just came out a long time ago, I would say we kind of deserve the prequels deserve a respectful rewatch and a respectful tier because they literally did good in the prequels compared to what they did in the newest one. Ugh.
yeah, because people like to criticize the hell out of
They
the
killed Luke
prequels,
off.
but nowadays I think people like to criticize the hell out of the sequels even more because
Yeah,
Disney does not know how to
writing characters.
properly film a Star Wars movie because the age-old joke they'll hire and fire three different directors before they put out a new Star Wars movie.
They will actually, and that's sad. Like it's like if they just got rid of Kathleen Kennedy, they actually would have had a good movie. Just saying. Get somebody who's passionate about it, and you're going to have the world's greatest movie on your hands.
So,
That's just my opinion.
so were you talking about the UCS version of the Naboo Starfighter?
I'm talking about the Clone War. Probably the one you'd have to bring it up again, but it was probably the one you already shown. I know it's expensive now. Not the newest one; it's an old one, but it's not incredibly old. Actually, I've gotten an older one, but it was not complete. The older one, the incredibly old one that had the yellow skin figures, I found in another kind of like a store. A lady was selling in a yard sale like store, and it was a whole box of just old Star Wars crud, crime and Italy. And I just found a kitty cat.
So for the original minifig scale one, Brick Economy says that that's selling you in box for nearly 200 Australian dollars, but a Brick Economy doesn't have the best reliability for their prices, so I'm not going to trust that number.
Oh, there's the one. You look down, it's got like a little stormtrooper helmet. Might be that one. I'd have to say
That's the new version.
Wait, that's the new version?
That's a newer version.
It might be a newer version that I got. I know I found it for $5, but that's about it. I've also gotten a Zim Weasley, or whatever her name was. Found her in a box. I found her in a container of minifigures and parts. Because
I can't remember when the UCS version came out. And I know it was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, they made a lot of cool sets back and then. That's back when they actually didn't overcharge on their sets. Just saying. I mean, that's when they actually did an amazing set. I mean, that's back when they were still beginning, but they still are amazing sets. Just looking back at them. I mean, they put a lot of care into those sets back then. They still do today. It's just they're trying to upgrade it and upgrade it and upgrade it and upgrade it. But I'm like, I like the practical stuff.
Yeah, because with the super detailed models, the prices go up. So for all those people who like to complain about the price, do you want a simple do you want simple details for a cheaper price, or are you willing to pay for the more expensive?
I'm
Are
willing
you
to
willing
pay
to
for
pay
it.
for the more expensive details? That's what people
Mm.
have to decide upon when they choose to buy a set.
And a lot of people go for the fake ones,
Wow.
which is like you are most likely there's a danger of getting one that is really bad, and there's a danger of getting one that has paint that's made out of lead. Just saying.
Was the
What about?
was the UCS Naboo Starfighter seriously only 187 pieces?
I think so. That was back when it was old. Yeah, that's back when it was.
Because I'm seeing some really nice chrome silver pieces right there. So
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna guess
those are
if this
parts that
only
are rare.
yeah, because those chrome silver pieces would get scratched really easily, and they were own and Lego stopped doing as much chrome silver in 2004. Really, the prime time for chrome silver pieces was in 1997 to 2004, and the set was released in 2002.
One of my buddies has like a whole bunch of chrome pieces. He's
Yeah,
of course a different person, but he
so
told me they're hard to get, but they're also
I'm
it's
guessing
also
this is
fun to
the
find them.
I'm guessing this is the smallest of the UCS sets if it only has 197 pieces, because normally even back then they'd have over 1,000.
Yep. And knowing Lego, they would make like they made a lot of sets. If you would, I wonder what Lego would do if you asked them if you could, how many sets have you made over the years? I'd like to see how long it would take Lego to figure out how many they've made over the years. How much you want to bet they'd be like, we don't know how many sets we've made.
Well, they do have a definitive number of how many sets they've made because they keep one copy of every set in the vault, except for the Samsonite sets.
The what sets? Simpsons?
When when Lego first entered the North American market, they were the sets were distributed by Samsonite
Ah,
because Samsonite had a 15-year contract from 1958 to 1973.
that's interesting.
And Samsonite got permission from Lego back when they had the distribution license to actually make North America exclusive sets under the Samsonite name.
Hmm. You want to know one set series that actually has been discontinued that Lego never plans on making ever again? Anything involving a certain gas station.
Yeah, because it's well documented. Back in 2014,
Cal,
Greenpeace went to Lego and said, "Stop being partners with Shell."
yeah.
And the reason why Lego had no problem with Greenpeace for doing that is because they don't need to pay for licenses of oil companies when they have Octane, their own company.
Yep.
Yeah, and as both me and Jody Smith knows, Briggsar probably has well. Briggsar and Buick Trains probably have more Samsonite sets than anyone else. Um, in the in the community because they're really the only ones who care about the Samsonite sets.
Yeah. Brixar has a lot of sets, just saying.
Well, he's in the top. he's in the top 50 set ownership on the Brook set database. So when you're in the top 50 over there, of course you're going to have thousands and thousands of sets.
Yep. There's a lot of interesting sets though that I missed out on that I wish I had never missed out on. And I'm not going to say them because I kind of feel depressed that I missed out on them. They were out when
There were lots of sets I missed out on because I wasn't born yet.
Well, I got all 4 of the troll figures from the whole entire, what is it called, the castle line. I got all 4.
At the fantasy castle era from 2007 to 2009.
Yeah, I got pretty much. There was 4 different versions of them. I bought all of them at Lego conventions.
Yeah, because there were the big fig trolls and the minifig troll orcs as well. And I've got some of the troll orcs, but I never had sets like the dwarves mine that actually had the big fig trolls.
Oh man, I wish I had just went ahead and got the trolls mine when the dwarves mine was out.
The Troll Mountain Fortress. Is that what you're talking about?
There's a lot of sets I wish I had bought when they was out.
I think the Troll Mountain Fortress came out in 2008.
I was a kid,
and I think the Dwarves Mine came out in 2009. The King's Castle Siege came out in 2007. Those were the 3 big sets. I had the Tower Raid set, but over time that got disassembled, and I've used the pieces in different mocks.
Well, pretty much what's funny is I could tell you when I was born and you wouldn't believe it. I was born in 1995.
Oh, so you're only 6 years older than me then?
Nope, I'm only 26 right now.
No, you're 6 years older than me because I'm turning 21 in 7 days.
Nice. But now you know Lego's not just for the kids, it's for the adults too.
Well, Lego has definitely made it well known that adults welcome, even though adults have been welcomed for over 2 decades, because otherwise why would Lego have continued the UCS sets for so long? Because it's not like kids are buying the UCS sets, it's AFOLs that are buying UCS sets.
I think the reason why Lego has allowed it is because they just have realized. I mean, you always got people at stores and such saying they shouldn't be buying it; those are for kids. And then you literally look at those Target employees and think, if you guys only knew how much fun it was to build a Lego set, you would be basically buying it yourself and building. I mean, they're looking at me like I'm one of those collectors who's always grabbing. Have you ever seen those guys who go there just to buy like those weird little toys? I forget what they're called. Funko Pops.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in the Lego community that collect Funko Pops as well.
I don't. I just find them weird. So I pretty much though find it funny that now the Target people are literally being hateful to anyone who's there looking for Funko Pops now. I mean, it's stupid. This is your bread and butter you're insulting. You don't kick away your business model. I mean, you literally have people coming there to buy your stuff, and you're kicking them away. I mean, this is literally Target doing this. Our Target has been. I mean, some Targets have been doing it. Like, you will hear employees say under their breath, "Oh, great, more toy collectors." I mean, I understand how they feel because a lot of toy collectors do do hide the action figures under certain areas and such. And I'll admit to that. There are toy collectors who literally run around hiding toys. And I agree that's a horrible way to get it to literally make sure a toy will still be there.
But at the same time, if you're an employee at a department store and you stock toys, you don't want to be chasing away those customers.
Nope, you don't. At the same time, I wish some collectors would at least have a little restraint, not buy all the figures in the bunch. I understand what they're going through, but at the same time, I wouldn't chase away a customer. I would literally be okay with more customers coming in looking for toys. I feel like that's one of the reasons why I haven't shopped at Target in so long. I got tired of hearing insults. I got tired of getting insulted every time I asked them if they had a certain Lego set in. Because I heard one of them say under their breath, "Childish." I didn't even act childish. All I did was smile when I found out that my favorite set, that the set I was looking for, was in. I walked over, grabbed it. Thing is, unlike most of them, I looked and saw it was the last one in the store, and I left it. If it's the last one in the store, I'll leave it behind and not even buy it. It just doesn't feel right to me to grab the last one, if you get what I mean by that.
Yeah, because there might be some poor schmuck that comes into the store only to find that, and if people already have a duplicate of that set, sometimes they might think about something like that. But the greedy ones who are just got to have it all aren't going to be thinking like that.
So in other words, you're saying I shouldn't have left the store without the set? Well, the thing was, it would have had one character I already had anyways, and I didn't want to get two of the same character. Then again, I still did get the set later on because I went to Walmart and they had about 10 or 20 of the same sets on sale. It was when they were selling the Jurassic Parks, the newer line before this line that just came out on Jurassic World. I was out looking for the Malibu Mansion set, and I was looking for it everywhere. Saw it on the shelf at Target, last one there, and I'm like, no, I'm not taking that.
So do you do that because you already have a duplicate of that set?
Well, I have a duplicate of Owen Grady. Several duplicates of Owen Grady. Just saying.
And they come in practically all of the Jurassic World sets.
Yeah. It's like you will get a duplicate of the same figure in every single Jurassic World set.
It's just like how a Batman has to come in all of the Batman sets because Lego does that. They do that because they have to make the most popular characters available as widely as possible because if one kid only has the money to buy one set, they want that one kid to be able to get the common character, being Owen Grady or Batman or Spider-Man or Emmett from the Lego Movie or any other common character of any other character that appears in a movie or a TV show franchise, or Steve from Minecraft.
Oh, crud. Steve Mum from Minecraft. You want some Steve figures? Because I can send you a few. I mean, I have a whole bunch of those guys.
Yeah, and the shipping would be crazy expensive.
The Steve figures are expensive?
No, the shipping would be crazy expensive.
Oh, UK?
No, I'm in Australia, but I value my North American audience above all because that's where majority of my views come from. So that's why I do live streams that are in prime times
Sorry
in
for using the
North
term "oh
America.
crikey" every few seconds.
Huh?
Well, in my streams, I sometimes, well, every time I mess up, I kind of go "oh crikey," because I used to watch the Steve Irwin movies all the time. Oh man, I need to stop doing that because it might be insulting to the people. You've watched Steve Irwin before, right?
I used to watch.
No.
I used to watch shows with those people, but that was when I was when I was young and innocent and didn't have a care in the world, and I'm just tired of seeing them in the media. To be honest, I really am.
Well, Steve Irwin's been dead for years. His son is alive, man.
Yeah, I'm just tired of hearing them in the media.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like, why do you think we want to know that she's getting married?
Yeah, like why does anyone want to know about any celebrity unless they are a fan stan over them?
Yeah, it's gotten old pretty much with a lot of media. Steve Irwin, I would love to see more information, more stuff on him, but he's been dead for years, and there's an old saying, "Don't bring up the dead too much."
And also, um, tourism Australia really needs to do a better job at marketing Australia to the US because so many people so many people in North America have a completely wrong interpretation
I get.
of what Australian culture is like because we haven't gotten because this country hasn't done a good enough job in changing how we market ourselves to the rest of the world and the 80s with Paul Hogan is not the 2020s with the Hemsworth brothers but so many people still associate tourism Australia with those old Paul Hogan commercials because they're so iconic and the new tourism Australia movies with the Hemsworth brothers haven't gotten into the minds of North Americans as much.
Personally, the only reason I'd want to go to Australia is to see all the different animals there.
Yeah.
That's the only.
And that's another bad thing about how we market ourselves to the rest of the world is we've given people the wrong impression that all of the dangerous animals are in the metropolitan area where all of the dangerous animals are out in the middle of nowhere where there's no one within hundreds of miles of being.
One thing I really want to see up close is
being,
a wild kangaroo. I've always wanted to see one of those. I mean,
because and
I mean, I wouldn't want to walk up to one.
no, and
enough to do that.
And if you're driving on the interstate highways in the grasslands somewhere, then you might see a sign with one of those yellow diamond shaped signs with a kangaroo on it to say that there might be kangaroos crossing the highway. Similarly, how in the mountains, well,
Right.
in the mountain areas of North America, you might see signs warning that
Fires.
you might see signs warning that deer might be crossing the road,
Oh man.
and you don't want to get a deer caught in your headlights because then that becomes road because that becomes roadkill.
Oh, there's much worse than a deer getting caught in the headlights nowadays. Because I've had a deer literally run into me before. It was painful.
Yeah, because if you're on the highway in this country and you run into a kangaroo, or sometimes in the more greener areas, you might have a warning sign that koalas are
Oh,
crossing the road, and if you accidentally run over a koala, you're gonna get a flat tire and probably a busted bumper.
and pretty much have your heart broken to see such an amazing looking creature dead. I mean, koalas are an interesting animal. So are kangaroos and so many other animals. But I wouldn't be like so many other crazy people who would walk up to it and try to pet it. I mean, what is wrong with people? It's not cute and cuddly. It's not going to be like, oh, a human wants to touch me, I'll let him. It's gonna bite your finger off. I mean, have you guys have you seen that happen?
Well, I've seen some. Well, I've heard stories about. Well, I've heard crazy stories about people on the highway try to get out of their car and pat the animals in on the side of the road out in the middle of nowhere, and then they get stupid injuries and have to get rushed to hospital.
And that
Because if people on the highway in this country in the middle of nowhere just leave the animals alone, they're not going to hurt you.
and it's called common courtesy, not to annoy a wild animal.
Because every country has native wild animals that live on the side of a highway in the middle of nowhere that can hurt you if you get close to them. So the best way for you not to risk them hurting you is to just leave the animals alone.
Exactly. But I understand the problem with tourists. They just think, oh, I'm indestructible. And it's like, really? No, you're not. But at the same time, I do enjoy watching the stupidity and them finding out the hard way. Hey, you're not indestructible. Quit being like you're Superman because you're not Superman, people.
The stupid people always expose themselves on the internet, especially when they film videos of themselves snorting a white powder.
I saw a video on YouTube that I thought was the stupidest video I ever watched. They were feeding a polar bear. They were inside a very armored vehicle, but still, I wouldn't. They were feeding it out of their hands. I literally was covering my eyes the whole time I was watching the movie.
Yeah, it's just like just like those scenes in The Simpsons where they drive through the safari park and then they end up getting trapped in their car because the savannah animals just crowd around them and won't let them move, and they attempt to break open the windows. Those scenes in the Simpsons are just so perfect for those who try to film themselves interacting with animals when they stop on the highway,
Yeah.
and then something bad happens to them. Well, you know, if you're gonna do that, you run the risk of something bad happening. It's just like when people complain about when people get attacked by sharks. If you leave the sharks alone, they're not going to hurt you.
Yeah, they're a beautiful animal to watch. Just stay out of the water. If you stay out of the water, they can't hurt you.
And also, if you build a golf course in the Everglades in Florida, you run the risk of a gator coming on to the course. So what a wise decision it was to build a golf course where the alligators are.
I know where
Because in this country, you don't see people building a golf course near the billabongs and the rivers where the crocodiles are.
No, because they've had too many run-ins with them and don't want them near them.
So they know not to build a golf course there.
It's literally hilarious how so many people, so many greedy business people are like, oh, I'm going to build a golf course here. And then suddenly they find out the hard way. Not the best place to make it. Oh, Lord.
So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make this be a spot where someone with a crossbow or a bow and arrow can be positioned. So I'm guessing a storyline that I could create with this build right here is maybe at the blacksmith shop here. The blacksmith actually works for the kingdom,
Nice.
and supplies just regular tools, not necessarily weapons, to the villagers, and maybe to prevent robberies or whatever.
Yep.
They have the kingdom has an archer or a crossbowman that's stationed up here for defense.
Funny thing about what I mean by the mortar holes, they're basically a slit that the archer would they would shoot arrows out that slit. What's funny is
Yeah.
that area of the wall, you actually had to stand a few feet away from that slit because it was too big for a longbow to fit in there. So the archer,
And I've got some of those window pieces in my in one of my drawers somewhere, and I'm gonna use those to build that exact setup with the archers shooting the arrows through those tiny holes in the wall.
That's a very good idea there.
So what you just described is literally what I'm going to try and build. That's a good segue.
One of my favorite castle designs, though, there's other castle designs and siege designs in castles where they would actually have like a opening above the drawbridge where they would pour boiling hot water down on the enemy. Talk about brutal. That is brutal there.
Yeah, I just found those. I just found those pieces right here. The 2x2x2 panels with the window hole, smaller enough that you can stand away from and shoot
I need to
an arrow
apologize
through it.
ahead of time for any annoyances I've caused. I'm sorry for any annoyances I might have caused during the talk. Because
I think I'm seeing some new people in the chat.
just
So
found a
let
cat.
me see who's here.
All right.
Yeah, because there have been some actually been some good conversations that's been going on. Jody says, I know Lego had the license for Shell, and I know it was all the way up until at least sometime in the 90s. Then after that, every service station they made was Octane. Yeah, the last Shell service stations they made was in the Shell promotional sets in the late 90s, but they still kept the Shell license around until 2014.
Well, really, there is a video on YouTube that was posted just to combat that, where it was basically called "Everything's Not Awesome." I think it's still up, but it showed oil going up a bunch of Lego creations.
Yeah. The Mayo Hosko meme will definitely live on in folklore, Jody.
Yeah.
It will definitely live on in folklore. And Jody also says, Jody always says a lot of good stuff in the chat. Never understand why Target and Walmart won't let people buy multiple copies of certain Lego sets, but get away with buying multiple copies of Lego sets and resell them for ridiculous prices. Those are the scalpers, and I really don't like them. It is ridiculous. And Zissou is lurking while their phone charges. We value all of the lurkers because the lurkers add up to the watch time hours. Jody says, I don't like the Lego Minecraft sets. I don't like the sets either, but I really like the Minecraft mocks that other people have built. Macro says, I want to pet the snakes and catch the frogs. I want to hold the bear.
I gotta admit, some of these kids in this and other people in the chat are hilarious sometimes.
They are funny from time to time. I think frogs would be cool, but you got to worry about which ones are poisonous or not.
Oh,
Speaking of bears, I'd love to see a panda. Well, in the zoo, in the downtown of my city, there are actually 2 pandas.
Aww.
Hello, Kevin Creamer. Thank you for coming along. Don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people actually want to watch my videos. But
I wish they would do.
But the poisonous frogs taste the best.
Oh Lord, no! I think we both have to agree. Don't let any of these kids near the wildlife.
Mayo, why should I be held accountable for my own actions? That makes no sense. That's a running joke me and Macro have.
I love this.
Kevin says just eating some shepherd's pie and giving up on an RC car build for the night.
Boy.
If you were able to get the poison sacs out, you might be okay, but that's only if you're a person that knows what they're doing.
Have you ever watched? There was an old shows that was, I forget lost tapes that were a lot of collection of horror stories and such, basically based off cryptids. And one of them was a giant Komodo dragon located in Australia.
Yeah, I know for sure that there are a few zoos in this country that have Komodo dragons.
Yep.
Zizou says, I don't really collect Minecraft sets, but I did recently build the small fox house set. House looks like a fox curled up. It's adorable. Speaking of that fox house set, Captain Matt bought that fox house set a while ago, and he's yet to do a video about it.
I think some of the
He-
cutest things that Lego needs to make is pandas. I want a panda bear set already. And that's because I just wanted a panda bear for. I mean, there was a friend set with panda bear babies in it.
I think it'd be sweet if they did a panda bear house in Minecraft, like what they did with the fox house,
It's
and
adorable.
the other animal houses that they've done in Minecraft sets. Those are some of the most popular sets, actually,
You don't have
in the Minecraft
I
theme.
have a bad habit when I'm playing Minecraft of literally getting lots of panda eggs and just spawning millions of pandas into one location. And I get killed by them every few months on the game. It's
Wait,
like,
do you play? Do you play Minecraft on Java or Bedrock?
I play it on normal. Like, you mean is there a version where you have to play on Bedrock or something?
Well, Bedrock is the console version, and Java is the PC version.
I play it on the PlayStation 2.
Okay, that'd be
That's
the Bedrock.
the really old one. I mean the newer.
Yes.
I mean the newer PlayStation, but not the newest one. PlayStation 4.
So that'd be a Bedrock then.
Yeah.
And Miss Amby also plays Minecraft on her PlayStation or Xbox. I can't remember. I can't remember. And Kevin says, "Well, I actually used to have that shell gas set as a youth. If you give me a year, if you give me a specific year about when you got that set, Kevin, I'll try and go to the share screen and find an image of it, because there were I think 4 or 5 Shell service stations in the minifig era, and there were like 3 or 4 Shell service stations before the minifigure came out.
You should see how much they're worth now.
RC and them small parts drove Macro Bricks nuts. Jody says, I think when Lego originally did Minecraft sets, at first they were meant to be a cheap cash grab at Lego. At Lego. I think that's meant to be, and Lego didn't know would turn into a big moneymaker for them. Kevin says, tiny parts indeed. My fingertips are sore, and I'm definitely all wired out.
Okay, here's a huge amount of the set already built.
Is that the Monkey Kid HQ?
Yeah. The only reason I bought this set was because the Big Fig was in it. And I really want to get the Big Fig character for a review on all Big Figs.
Sandy.
I don't even know what these are around his neck, so I just call him. So I just figure he's a party dude or something. I haven't watched the show. But I noticed there's a hammock for him to lay down in. So he must be a very lazy character. He sleeps
So
all the
Kevin is saying 1989 or 1991. Well, I do know a shell set that came out in 1988. It was the Metro Park and Service Tower. let's try pull a picture up and see if that's the one. Or it might be the Shell service station from 1986, maybe. I'll
Hands on.
pull up a picture of both, and you let me know, Kevin, which is the right one.
If you ever get your hands on any of them, word of advice: keep them in good condition. You might be able to sell that sucker for millions of dollars. Who knows? Lego might pay money just for you to say that you're going to destroy it for them. Who knows? I really don't know. I don't know if Lego wants them gone or if they want Lego collectors to still have them. Who knows? But you would think they'd want them gone. It's a memory, is what it is.
Come on.
Ooh, where did I put that piece?
This thing's freezing up on me.
Yeah, mine does that from time to time, and it's literally a brand new computer. I think it's because I use it too much for editing stop motions and lots of other stuff.
So this is the Metro Park and Service Tower. Get an enlarged image. And this is the Shell service station. See what Kevin is saying. So Kevin, you let me know if any of these two sets is the one you're talking about. The Metro Park and Service Tower.
I can see this chat now.
With the little Shell service station on the side of the parking tower. Came out in 1988, and this Shell service station came out in 1986. And for those who don't know, next live stream, which is next Saturday for me, next Friday night for those in North America, is my 8-hour birthday live stream. And if anyone would like to come on, if anyone would like to register to come on to the panel and say happy birthday and hang out, have a good time together, just send me a DM somewhere on social media expressing your interest. I'll send you a link to the Google Docs where you can get more information about the times and everything. And if you then send me, if you then look at the time slots available in this graph, send me a reply back about which time slot best suits you if you would like to come on to the panel, and I'll add you to the roster.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sharing for some reason. Let me go back and share. Yeah. So there's the Google Docs.
Let's see if I can find
So obviously I'm going to be here. Obviously I'm going to be here the whole time. Lego Joe has registered for the first hour. Captain Matt has registered for the first, third, 6th, and 8th hour. Venomous Typin has registered for the 5th and 6th hour. And Macro Bricks has a guaranteed registration for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th hour. And he may or may not register for the 6th and the 7th hour. There are a total of 48. There are a total of 48 spots available. Obviously, I fill 8 of them because I'm the host, and these other people have filled have filled their as time slots on the registration. So we have 8, 16, 20, 26. We have 29 spots. We have 29 spots left to be filled on the roster. If anyone would like to come, if anyone would like to register a spot, just feel free to get in touch, and we can arrange your spot on the live stream, and then I can send you out a template for the thumbnail I'll be using, and in that template I'm gonna put a name tag so that people can add their name to their copy of the template, so that they can use that as promotional material to put on their social media and on their Instagram stories or whatnot. So everyone in the live stream gang has access to that Google Docs by default. But if anyone outside the live stream gang wants to register, I'll gladly send them the link for the Google Docs. And so this was the Metro Park and Service Tower from 1988. This was the Shell service station from 1986. Kevin Creamer said he thought that the year of the Shell set he owned might be from either 1989 or 1991. There were no Shell service stations released in those years, so my guess it is either be one of those two sets that I just showed. Because I like identifying sets that people remember having, but they can't fully remember all the little details, like the name or the year or the price of it or whatever.
Well, that's going to leave a mark. Don't worry, I'm just going to build it back together again. This is what happens when it's dropped. Yikes. Well, it's okay so far. It doesn't look like any pieces fall off. A crisis averted. Not very good at saying those words.
And I'm happy to say that you haven't had any technical difficulties as a guest on the panel. So what we were talking about on the Gladiator Wix production live stream earlier, it might be your internet that's causing those glitches.
Okay.
Because as a guest on my panel, your quality is fine.
Yep. I got a question. Did you see the part where the set fell off this thing? Or part of that set fell off?
No, I don't. I think I was doing something else, and then I came back to see if the audio quality got better, and it did.
Hopefully you didn't see the one part of the set fall down. I think everybody else did, though. Let's see. I don't think Lego needs to stop making Star Wars. Oh, okay. Well, I think Star Wars is okay. I just don't know personally. Well, what's your thoughts on it? Do you think Star Wars should end?
No, I'm not a Star Wars fan and I'm not a Star Wars collector, but we got to 300 subscribers on the Mayo Hosko channel before May the 4th be with you. So I'm currently trying to get my hands on a particular Star Wars set that I'll build on live. Well, I'll build on a live stream on May the 4th.
That's a good one. Maybe the fourth. Funny fact: I was born on May the 15th, 1995. So I'll be 27 this May. Can you believe that? I'm old enough. I'm old enough to shave now.
I only need to shave every 3 months because it doesn't grow that long. My beard doesn't grow very fast, so I can I can get away with a long time between shaving.
I can't. If I was to leave it for, let's say, a day, I'm going to look like a caveman. And not any of the cute looking ones. Not like Fred Flintstone. I'm going to start looking like that one caveman, Rug from that one movie. What is it called? The first one. What's it called? I keep forgetting the names of movies these days. Must be getting old. Oh, now I remember. It was correct. The Croods. That's what it was called. The Croods. I'm starting to, every time I grow a beard, I look like Rug from the Croods. That's why I shave. So I don't look like a caveman. I mean, I'd love to grow a full beard, but my job would tell me off if I grew a full beard. My newest job, they would be okay with me growing a beard. I mean, the job would be okay with me growing one, but they would prefer me clean shaven. But they would let me keep it if I did grow one. Well, but I'm not planning on growing one. Because I already had a mustache. That sucker was hard to keep clean. You have to trim it, keep it clean, and if you're not careful, it becomes really bad. I finally just shaved it off after a month because it got horribly hard to live with. Oh,
My mustache grows a lot slower than my beard for sure.
yeah. I have to get this sucker on now. Have you ever gotten to the place where you're kind of scared you're going to break the set? If you're not-
Yes, I have because there's been some sets I built in the past that have been so fragile and they've been built with a lot of plates rather than bricks. So you're scared if you press too hard on the bricks, the plates are gonna collapse on themselves.
So if you hear me go, that's because I'm literally terrified I'm going to break it. I mean, already.
And I'm using a lot of textured. I'm using a lot of textured bricks on these side walls to make the build look more interesting.
Yep. I think one of the most interesting sets I ever saw that was a set I didn't buy, but I still kind of thought it was an interesting build. I think it was a very old set, but it was out long before I was even born, I think. It was old, I know that much. But I forget the name of the theme, but it was one of the coolest sets I ever saw in Lego. But it was a very, very old set. But sadly, I could never place it.
Do you remember what year it was from?
I'd have to look through my book of Lego sets to see. I know there's a couple of sets that Lego really wants people to forget about. Prince of Persia.
Well, the Prince of Persia sets were actually really good. It's just that the movie was a box office flop.
It was also incredibly inappropriate in some parts.
And also we've got for a brief moment there we had a double digit viewers watching.
All right.
We've hit double digits twice today.
It's awesome.
But then that one extra viewer immediately went away afterwards.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Both times.
Now I'm going to reattach this. Hope and pray it doesn't fall apart again and fall on the floor again.
Because I think we've got 3 active chatters right now and 6 different people lurking away, which is good that we've got more lurkers than normal. We highly appreciate the lurkers on the Mayo Hosko channel.
I got a question. You ever see the old Did you ever see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle theme?
I used to see the sets on the department store shelves, but I never had an interest in buying them. I almost regret not buying the movie version of the Turtles Lair.
Oh, that's a set I wish I had bought. I bought the one I bought the truck one, but I wish I had bought the lair when it first came out.
Yeah, that tractor trailer with the headquarters on the inside was one of the three. Was one of the 3 sets based on the Michael Bay movie, and a lot of people prefer the cartoon version of the Turtles Lair, but I actually prefer the Turtles Lair set that's based on the movie because
You'd
it's
probably laugh if you heard.
because it's bigger and I don't really like the cartoony colors.
Well, actually, personally, with me, when the sets first came out, I bought quite a few of them because I was literally, with me, it's nostalgia. I'd grown up with the Turtles as something that I watched when they first came out. I watched their shows when I was a little kid. I was a big Turtle fan. So with me, it's nostalgia. That's the only reason I bought the sets. And then later on, I started getting to where I still have all of those Turtles that I bought. To this day, I had a friend of mine try to buy all of them off of me for $20. I told him I didn't want to sell them because those are all childhood memories that are very fond to me, and I really enjoyed playing with them when I first got them. And I still play with them to this day, which I hate to admit, because a lot of people would call me childish for that. Personally,
I'm running out of a lot of the grey bricks I need for mocks like my castle stuff. So I'm going to make the front window be in brown and tan instead.
That's just a stop motion setup right here. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the setup?
You know what? I'll put you on full screen so we can get a better view of it. So put you on solo. Um, what's that? Is that a lime green, or is that a yellow of
It's just a
some
stop
type?
motion setup. It's not designed to be anything else. It's meant for just for stop motion setup. Oh, I'm not very good at this camera thing. Have you noticed that? Am I going off or?
No, we can see everything fine. Um, um, one thing I'll say, where the grey meets where the grey meets the green grass. Have you thought about trying to put some sand in between them?
I might, because I haven't set them up for stop motion yet. They're not being used yet for stop motion. So I have plenty of time to just keep on setting up new stuff for it.
Because if people don't know, Gladiator Bricks Productions is primarily a stop motion channel.
A lot of my builds are based for stop motion animation. I mean, I do build normal builds too, though, in mocks, but that's rare nowadays. Actually, I still do build mocks. I just think I put them away, and I save them quite a bit.
Okay, so Kevin said, okay, so mine was the 1986 one, but back then they didn't retire sets so much. Man, I wish I still have those bricks. I got the wheels, but I lost the bricks over time. Yeah, back in those days, you always knew that Lego was going to keep a set on the shelves for at least 3 years. But these days, really only 50% of sets are still on shelves 3 years after they get released. I wish all sets still had a guaranteed 3-year lifespan in stores, but that's not the case anymore. So I echo your sentiment wholeheartedly, Kevin. 100% agreed. And
Yeah.
Jody said before that, I don't think Lego needs to stop making Star Wars. They just need to back off the amount of Star Wars they're making and start doing more unlicensed things. And I echo that. I echo that same sentiment, Jody. Lego puts so much effort and time into doing licensed sets that I think they've neglected their original IPs along the way.
Yeah. I'm wishing Lego would do more wildlife, though.
Jody says, I've seen that on the 23 Jabbo is going to be doing a live stream with TMBB Mayo. So don't forget to click the reminder. Oh, did he actually schedule a live stream? I'm gonna have to go and see if that's true because I'm gonna want to put the notification bell on for that. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's not a live stream. It's a premiere at 1:45 a.m. for me. So I just put the reminder for that on. Kevin says, "Yeah, I saw that unfortunate happening."
Oh, I just found the animals from the Prince of Persia line.
Is there an ostrich in there? See, there's a camel. Because the ostrich is probably the most famous of the animals that came out of the Prince of Persia sets.
Those were the only animals I've ever gotten that I've actually been happy about getting.
Yeah, that looks like the ostrich and the camel.
Yep.
The Croods was a good movie. It was too short, was the problem. The Lego Speed Racer sets didn't even stay on shelves long enough for people to even see them at all, and now they resale on the second-hand market for crazy amounts of money. Yeah, because those Speed Racer sets were only on shelves for 2 years, not 3. I think that's because the movie didn't do so well. The actual Speed Racer movie.
The Speed Racer. The Speed Racer. That theme song will get stuck in your head very easily. Just saying.
But Jody Smith's talking about the Speed Racer sets that came out in the mid 2000s and that were sold into the late 2000s as well. Kevin Creamer says being a turtle nut since 1987 and probably meant to be and a Lego nut since 1989. Sold most of my turtle action figures to collectors, but kept all my old Lego.
I to this day don't know where I put my turtle figure in my sets. I think I put
And
them.
Jody says, yes, Kevin, but I didn't like the Ninja Turtles series that was on Nickelodeon because it was too blocky looking to me, the art style. I remember seeing some of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle CGI cartoons on Nickelodeon in the 2010s, and I think I like the cartoons from the 80s and the 90s better than that. I have a disdain for CGI animation. I really do.
You ain't the only one. You want to know why I can't stand it? It causes me a horrible migraine headache. Like, I can't watch anything that's CGI'd without getting a really bad headache, and it'll cause me to vomit. That's just how bad it is. And it hurts.
The reason I don't like CGI is because it cheaps out more expensive ways of making children's entertainment, because CGI has decreased the quality of children's entertainment. It really has. It looks cheap. It feels cheap, and that's because it is cheap.
Yeah, that's the only reason Disney has been using it so much. They want to rip off the parents who are who want to watch it. I hate to say that because I don't want to anger any Disney fans.
And there are a few Disney fans in the community out there, and Disney have definitely made their fair share of decisions that I don't agree with. So I just don't like to talk about Disney.
Well, I have a few Disney minifigures, so I can. If you want to see I have a couple of the movie turtles. The only one
I've got half of the Series 1 Disney collectible minifigs, but I don't own any of the Series 2.
I call these edgy Leo and edgy Raph because they just look so cool. Even have
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I always come back to when I express my disdain for CGI, Jody. Thomas the Tank Engine going to CGI was the second worst decision that the franchise ever made. Behind going to 2D cartoon animation. Ridiculous.
I've gotten annoyed at stuff where they start because a lot of people keep joking with my name because my real name is Thomas, and people keep saying, "Oh, Thomas the Tank Engine, doot doot," and I'm like,
Some people need to get over those stupid jokes.
"Yeah." I was just looking at them like, "You can't say that, funny." I pretty much don't laugh because I've heard that joke so many times. Oh man, I love to just look at them and they're like, Why aren't you laughing? I've heard the joke over 1,000 times.
I had a plate that I was using half an hour ago, but now I don't know where it is because I think it'd be a good roof line. It's a 6x8 plate that has a it's a 6x8 plate that has a 4x6 cutout
Here's my
that
favorite.
you can use for a trap door.
Here's my favorite Turtles figure, minifigure from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series. Hopefully, you guys can see it.
You need to bring it down, or you need to raise your camera up.
Yeah, this thing refuses to stay in focus. Like I can't even tell where the camera. There we go. That should show it. That's Leatherhead. Can you see it better?
Yeah, we can see it's got some good spike details on its head.
Yeah.
I might be able to use this instead.
Oh, this is interesting. You want to know what the best Big Fig Legos ever made is?
Personally, my favorite Big Fig would probably be that lime green Hulk from the set that we were talking about earlier.
Oh yeah. My personal favorite though has to be oh boy, the Overwatch sets had some pretty cool figures, and one of my favorite figures from the Overwatch sets was literally a new release after a few figures, and I wound up getting the set twice by accident because a buddy of mine bought me the set for Christmas, and he didn't know I had already bought the set. He's like, "Hey, I know you enjoy this." He's like, he was literally smiling from ear to ear when he gave me the set. And I'm like, I wanted to tell him, but I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want him to know I'd already bought the set, and I'd feel bad if I told him. Because he'd probably be depressed to know that I'd already bought
Because in those situations, you kind of just have to smile and wave.
Yes, just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. And then take the set and just hope and pray you'll never get called out on having two of the same set.
Well, normally this is when we reach the quiet hours, but we've sustained a constant level of viewers, so there must be a lot more people lurking than normal. So more power to the lurkers out there.
I found him.
Oh, is that the Junkrat Big Fig?
No, that's his name's Roadhog, actually.
Oh, sorry, Roadhog.
I can't even get him to focus.
But wasn't there another Big Fig that was called that was called Junkrat?
No, he wasn't a big fig. Here's Junkrat.
Oh, so that's just a regular minifig then.
What's funny though is they're both. I figured that I pretty much like them because I just like the characters in general and the ideas of what they're supposed to be. But at the same time, I kind of feel like it's literally just fun to play with them and just put them in Star Wars stop motions in the background because they kind of work in the Star Wars stop motion somehow, and I don't know why. Anyone in the chat who can explain that to me, how they work in the Star Wars universe, I'd really like to know how they work, because they literally seem to work fine as background characters in Star Wars.
So I've got the main structure I want for this castle mock. So if a macro bricks is out there somewhere,
The box of big figs.
if a macro bricks is out there lurking somewhere, he'll probably get excited that I've finished building the structure of this castle mock. Got a defense. Got a defense outpost on top, and a spot for a blacksmith's shop
Nice.
at the bottom. Just got to get some tools
Nice.
to be sold and a blacksmith minifigure, and then I'll be all set. And the reason I know that this is going to make Macro Bricks happy is because if you're not subscribed to Macro Bricks, you wouldn't know that he's been doing a lot of live streams in the past 2 months, working very hard on his Castle Pirates mock, and he's done other videos in between his regular live streams showing off some of his awesome castle mocks.
Nice.
And when he was when he started doing that regular castle mocking stuff 2 months ago, that actually inspired me to make all these small castle builds like this, which I did months ago, and now this.
I've been trying to decide whether I should do a how to build on this design for Groot.
And for those who don't already know, these are the 4 different kinds of armymen I've got in my Black Falcon army. Got the I got the horse riding knight on the left. We got the archer on the right. In the center left, we've got the spearman, and on the center right, we've got the crossbowman. I'm probably gonna put an archer in here because there's not a lot of space on the interior for someone as part of the army to be standing back far to launch a crossbow. So I'm probably more likely going to have an archer up in this defense tower because it's a more cramped space. Because I've done lots of videos about my Black Falcon army, and that stuff, along with the videos I've done about my castle mocks, is in the castle playlist on the playlist page on my channel page. And for those who don't know, this is the Mayo Hosko sig fig. It's the plain blue pants, the old style red baseball cap, the classic smiley face, and the airport worker torso from 1990. That was inspired by something that Bricks thought would be a good alternative to the mayo jar, which eventually I plan to get a custom sticker pointed up for that stuff.
Do you have any of the Lord of the Rings stuff?
No, I never bought any of the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit stuff, but I do regret not buying the Lake Town set now.
Oh, I have 2 big figs I bought just for review of all the big figs, but I'm kind of wondering if I should even do that.
And I almost regret not buying the Unexpected Gathering because I've seen a lot of people that have forests in their cities use the Unexpected Gathering from Hobbit in their forest scenes, and that actually looks pretty good. So I almost regret not buying the Unexpected Gathering, but I definitely regret not buying the Lake Town and the London Escape and Whitecap Bay sets from the Pirates of the Caribbean, particularly for those mermaids, man. in the White Cat Bay.
Yeah, the mermaids are cool.
Because I like the London Escape and the White Cat Bay more than I like the Black Pearl and the Queen Anne's Revenge. Because there's a lot of people who will say that either the Black Pearl or the Queen Anne's Revenge is the best Lego pirate ship ever made. But I'm as most of you know, I'm a fan of vintage Lego. So for me, I always cast my vote to the Black Seas Barracuda, which was the original, and what I know is my favorite.
I have a few of the Pirates of Caribbean figures, but I'm not a big fan of the series myself. So I kind of was like not really excited when I found a whole bunch in a box, and I was like, oh, Pirates of the Caribbean figures, nice. Put them in a separate box. It's like, and then later on I kind of got into it, and I'm like, where did I put them? And I basically got them out and was like, all right, I have some of my favorite characters from the movie.
So we've got a table under the columns to put some tools for sale, but now I've just got to build a weapon rack at the back to hold some more stuff, and I want to have it so there can be two rows of small scale weapons and tools to be sold, and I want to have it made out of wood or out of timber, so we've got to get some brown bricks.
You know, want to hear something I wish I hadn't have done, but I kind of at the same time I'm kind of glad I did. I kept buying these when I found them. These little centaur figures, because I wanted to build a centaur army.
I've got so much junk on my table. I've got a lot of mini dolls I'm going to have to mail to Agora Build. Tasman makes a comment again. How's it going there? Well, you might have been lurking or away doing something else at the time. But we have completed the structure for this combination defense outpost and blacksmith shop, because I wanted to use one of these 10x10 octagonal plates as the base, like what I've done with my other small castle box, because I find these really handy, and I think they look good in a castle scene. And so I wanted to use that, and I wanted to use one of the dark bluish grey stair pieces. And as I was thinking about what exactly I was going to do, Gladiator kind of inspired me to do a combination defense outpost and blacksmith shop with the stuff that we were talking about maybe 2 hours ago, and so so that's the decision I rolled with. And Gladiator was talking about the small windows that back in the days you would have had an archer who would hide away behind the walls and shoot the arrow out through a very small window. And as he was saying that, I knew that's what I wanted to build. So now we've got all of the structure except the roof complete, because there was a plate nearby that I was going to put on here, but then I lost it somewhere in the deep depths of all the pieces I have lying around.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm quite pleased with this because it's definitely the most advanced side build that I've got from my own castle. It's got a lot more detail than this old thing.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't even,
and and just for everyone saying hello, uh, Tasman Wix was one of the lurkers that went lurking a couple hours ago, and we appreciate all of the lurkers that have a live stream on in the background because that adds up to the watch time hours. And I know that there's probably three or four other people lurking right now. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, out of all of the side builds that are mocks for the castle, I definitely think this is the best.
what do you think of the idea that I got a bunch of these centaur figures?
What I think would be funny is if you got those all in a line on a battle on a battlefield, or if you have them all in a row next to some trees in a forest along a dirt a dirt along a dirt path, and there's some people transporting some treasure in a cart through the forest, and the centaurs try to disturb the peace or whatever. I think that'd be a funny stop motion.
That would be an interesting stop motion.
Oh, hello, Bawickles. Nice to see you here. Must have been one of the other lurkers.
In your opinion, what's the worst minifigure Lego's ever made?
That's a good question. Because any time I don't have a definitive answer, that's a good question because it gets me thinking. The
You know,
worst
the guy who always
minifig.
has a puppet. You know what he would say? Any of the Vivido sets minifigures are the worst.
Because I think some people would say the Fabuland. Other people would say the battle droids from Star Wars. Just some people. Some people would say the Jack Stone.
I
The
have
Jack Stone figures. Some people might say the Technic figures from the mid 90s.
Would you find it funny if I told you I have that Jack Stone minifigure?
Would you find it funny if I told you I have a Jack Stone minifig as well?
Yeah. Somebody thought, oh, this would be an interesting figure to give him, and they gave it to me because they were getting rid of a bunch of old Legos and such. I'm like,
Ah,
interesting.
okay. Calls and Tasman have been in and out of YouTube today. There's always a lot of stuff going on on the early parts of a Saturday in this country, and that's good. And that's good that the Friday night live streamers in North America go live when it's morning in Australia, because we can wake up and watch those people in the morning, and then we can go out after those live streams and do and run some errands.
Yeah. I think the worst actual minifigures ever made in design. Now, if I was to pick old figures, which is kind of a problem because I know of quite a few old figures that there was an old figures that I think even you would agree were terrible, but they're also incredibly old. Let's see, where did I put those? You ever see those Bionicle set figures that were just one little figure and they were basically all solid?
Yeah, because weren't those the Bionicle figures that we were talking about earlier?
I have a bunch of those.
Yeah.
I literally, and it's I think that was from a darker time when I was a Bionicle fan. Just saying.
Yeah. And Crowbrick says, I'm a dirty little lurker. There's nothing wrong with lurking. And Tasman says nothing wrong with lurkers. Again, good for watch time on channels. So shout out to the lurkers. Amen, Tasman. I echoed the same sentiment about you with the lurkers, because indeed they do add to the watch time hours. There are some people that I'll watch their live streams just to help them get the watch time hours. And we have Sky Wren. Hello, Sky Wren.
Actually,
And we have Brixine as well. Hey, Richard. And for those who didn't watch London Calling this morning, which was a co-host because Greg wasn't feeling right to host it. So I hope Greg from London Bridge Weeks gets well soon. Yes, I'm very well Wixing, because we've had a lot of awesome people coming through the chat, and I've had some good conversations with our good friend and panelist Gladiator Wix. I'll put you on full screen to show off that big fig.
Cursed fig.
Is that that's a bug? Is that a Bugs Bunny head?
Yeah. And I feel like a complete idiot for tearing off his head. See?
Wait, was that one of the collectible?
Yep.
Was that from the Looney Tunes collectible minifigs?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I always like seeing the cursed minifigs. I should do a video about some of the cursed minifigs I've made, because I've got a couple cursed minifigs floating around the place somewhere.
Oh, you want a cursed minifigure right now? Big fig? Here's a cursed big fig.
Oh, that's a cursed one.
Oh, without the Rancor arm, he's already a cursed figure. He's the worst big fig Lego's ever made. Look at the actual Maui, and then look at this version.
Yeah, so for all of the people who have just rocked up to the live stream, don't forget to leave a like on the live stream to tell YouTube that people like to watch the Mayo Hosko channel, and also if you're not already subscribed to the different content creators in the panel. No, sorry, I'm in the chat. Well, on the panel as well, because me and Gladiator Wix are content creators. Don't forget to subscribe to all of the content creators to spread the love and help each other grow.
Yeah. Funny fact, not all of us are trying to make money off of YouTube. But there's a whole lot of content creators who are.
Because if I go through the list of all the of all the content creators who have said hello today. I think all of them have done. I think all of them do regular or semi-regular live streams because Skywin, Tasman, Buixing,
Yeah.
and Macro Weeks, where is he? Up here somewhere. He does regular live streams.
Nice.
And there were some people who were in the chat earlier but have gone to bed that do regular live streams on either YouTube or Twitch. Hashtag potatoes. Small potato, small potato, small potato, small potato.
You have any of the original dinosaur figures?
I don't own any of the dinosaur figs, but I would like to get I would like to get one of the baby Ankylosaurus sets. I'd probably have to buy that on Link. Oh, sorry. You don't do live streams, Skywin. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
that's funny, Jody. I'm a content creator, but it's only for the Thunderbox.
I'm a
Yeah,
content
because if anyone's watched enough videos on the Tasman Bricks channel, you'll probably know what a Thunderbox is by now. And I'm still on the hunt for as many sand green bricks as possible so I can build a rusted copper colored
the bus box.
Thunderbox, because I got inspired to do that when Aussie Adam Bricks built his limestone coloured Thunderbox, so now I want to build a rusted copper Thunderbox.
So that the fans know which dinosaur you're talking about, I'm going to get one.
Yeah, I'll try and get an image of the baby Ankylosaurus.
You don't need to. I'll just get one out.
Oh, do you have one of those? Yes. Is that the one with Is that the one with the
It's green.
the dark the light turquoise, and is it the spring green color?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that color scheme of the baby Ankylosaurus is the one that I want because I'm a sucker for the green colors.
I'm a sucker for just a cute little thing. Also, because I had one that could be its mother. I had a mother.
You know what, Skywin? I'll remember that comment, and whenever Brigzar builds the UCS light bulb, which is a reference to a commissioned song that They Might Be Giants wrote for him because he is a member, because he's a member of the They Might Be Giants fan club. There's a lyric in the song, in the second commission song they wrote for Jabbo, says
I want to show you something so bad.
says something light bulb in his hand, and after he first used that song in one of his videos, I think it was when he was doing stuff with the Fabuland, with his Fabuland layout. He first played that song, and then I said, "Well, why don't you build the UCS light bulb?" And he said in one of his videos that he's got that he's got that on the books for some time in the future. So, on behalf of Skywin, whenever Brigzar builds the UCS light bulb, I'll build the UCS potato, because I can make jokes about the small potato TV show that me and Captain Matt always like to joke about. So I'm going to take a photo of that comment so that I remember, Skywin.
I need you to make a promise before I take this out to show you that you won't hate me for having this because it's really old and it's something you probably would want. And a lot of people have cussed me out for having it because it's impossible to get according to them. I don't believe it's impossible to get.
Oh, the original dragon from the Dragon Masters in 1993.
Yeah. I don't have the tail for it, but I do have the rest of it. I know I have the other wings somewhere in the box because it fell off. And yeah, I was worried you were going to be angry that I have it.
Yes, we're still live, Joe, and also everyone don't forget don't forget to follow me on Instagram, and you'll see in my stories a countdown to the Lego Joe live stream that's going
All
on.
right.
That's going to go on in, I think, a little under 16 hours now, and because I want to help because now that Lego Joe has 1,000 subscribers, Joe needs 3,700 more watch time hours, and we were going back and forth, and I suggested if you do more live streams, you'll get more watch time hours, and Joe thought it was a good idea, and I want to help Joe do a lot of live streams because I want to see Joe that that AdSense contract, just like what MacroBricks got recently.
Well,
Yes, you support me, Joe, and I like to support you in return. And a lot of the other content creators on in the chat, I I support because they support me, or they support me because I support them, vice versa. It's a two-way street, and there's mutual benefits for everyone.
hey,
And
I'll try a little thing on the chat to see how many people vote which one is better. Original
I
versus
can
show.
I can try to set up a poll.
You don't have to set it up. Just say in the chat which one's better, the original or the new.
And because there's still been no strangers, um, I'll put up the invitation link again, just in case anyone um, wants to come on to the panel. We'll probably go live for another, maybe a little over an hour longer.
Let's try to get you up to 1,000 subscribers in one night.
I think it'd be easier to get to 200 followers on Instagram. We need 20. We need 25 more now because Zissou was the 175th follower.
We got one vote for the new one.
I know there's a way about how to create a poll. I just don't know where.
Personally, my winner is still going to be the green T-Rex because I like the old one. This is from my childhood. When I was a kid, this was the adventure sets, and when I was a little kid, I used to have a T-Rex. I wound up buying this later on, but my old one lost its foot, and I don't know where it's at anymore. But I have two of them now because a friend of mine gave me one. So it's like, oh man.
I think I can only create a
But
poll on the desktop.
yeah, here's the one my buddy gave me. It's got a little bit of damage in the tail, but I love it because it just looks like he's a tough old son of a gun. I'm just glad I can tell them apart. I thought about doing like a giant cart that these guys are pulling, like a giant cart or something, but haven't had time to think of a design for them. Got any ideas?
Well, unfortunately, my computer is freezing up again, so I can't see anything. Let me
Oh,
come in back on the
you know what the
back
old
on my phone.
green dinosaurs
So that
are, right?
actually, I think this is I think this is better now. I think it stopped freezing, or at least it's trying not to freeze. Okay, it's not frozen anymore. Can I see it again?
I'm holding them still.
Ah, is that are those two of are those two of the dinos from the Dino Island adventurous sets?
Yep, they're my favorite renditions of the dinosaurs that were created because they were old and I liked them, and they were around when I was a little kid, and I was a big fan of dinosaurs when I was a little kid. They were old. I to this day still have fun memories of this same type of T Rex that I used to play with when I was a 5 year old kid. He was always missing a foot though. One of his feet were missing. This foot right here on my old one, which if that T Rex was still around today and wasn't gone and I can't even find the thing. I wish I could find old footless footless Timmy, because I would love to just have him sitting in the collection as well.
What were the two items that you wanted to get people's opinions about which one was better?
Oh, original T Rex versus the newest rendition.
Okay, I'll create a poll. So I'll do OG T Rex or new style T Rex. There we go.
Knowing
And
most people, they'll pick it based off of what they want, which one they want. I'd pick it based off which one had nostalgia.
just created a poll, and me personally, I'm going to cast my vote.
Me too. I'm a,
Um,
I'm a vote.
I'm going to vote for, or maybe I can't vote. Yeah.
I just voted OG T Rex. I'm voting for the green one.
Let's
OG is the old one, right?
yeah.
Making sure.
Okay, some reason I can't get the I can't get I can't vote on the poll on this end.
You created the poll. I think it's more the lines of, if you created it, you have to wait. You have to let other people decide. But don't worry, I voted for the OG one. We can say that's both our votes. We'll count both our votes.
But the only reason I voted for I would have voted for the OG one is because I'm a fan of a vintage Lego, so there's always some bias in there.
I get it. I understand it.
I don't create a lot of polls that often because I just like to focus on the builds, and I'm highly satisfied with this structure.
Yeah, I think it's pretty nice.
But I've been distracted by all of the all of the all of the fun conversations we've had, and I haven't even started building the rack for
I'm so
the
sorry.
small weapons and tools. So I'm gonna quickly put that together.
Apologies for that. We got.
Personally, I'd rather be talking with folks than building stuff on camera. So
Yeah,
it's all fun and games because it makes me feel happy that like to take the time out of their day to get involved in the conversation and support the channel, whether they're actively involved in the chat or whether they are on the side lurking, or if they pop in and pop out, or if they're just passing through to leave a like. All those degrees of support is gladly appreciated. And if people want to go the extra mile, normally there's stuff in the description that with links that people can click on. But I forgot to put anything in the description, so I'll have to do that after this live stream's done.
Yeah,
But most of the links that I post up on in the descriptions you can find on the homepage of the Mayo Hosko channel anyway.
yeah,
And if you want to get that early access, content and top secret information, that only the paying customers, the investors, get access to, consider pledging to me on Patreon.
I really need to do a giveaway on some of these Avengers, Avengers packs figures. You know, the UCS figures. I have a whole bunch sitting around.
Yeah, Joe. I think we peaked at 11 viewers. I think half an hour ago. Then about 5 people went away, but four people came back again.
Oh man, we've got a lot of views.
And this will probably get more watch time hours than my normal streams, because I normally only average 3 viewers at a time. But this live stream, I think consistently we've probably averaged 7 viewers at a time. It's double.
I don't know if it's just that we've been joking and cutting up or something. Maybe they enjoy.
Well, I think the conversations we've had, because we've enjoyed having those conversations together, has sparked a lot of engagement, which has prompted people to stay on longer than what they might normally.
Yep. And it's basically entertainment at its finest, is what it is.
Yeah, because I've really enjoyed it. Honestly, I've enjoyed the conversations we've had today more than other conversations I've had on my live streams in the past with other people. So there's the weapons and tool and tools rack.
Nice.
It's 3 different shades of brown. 1x6 bricks got the reddish brown on the bottom, the dark orange in the middle, and the
swords
and the medium nougat on top. And I've only got one of the 1x1 modified plates with the vertical clip in brown. So I'm just using black. I don't think the black looks half bad, so I'm going to roll with it. And I'm going to stick it inside of here.
Yep.
Actually, no, I'm going to need to push this forward ever so slightly, just to allow more room, because otherwise this isn't going to fit.
Well, this week
Maybe I make this shorter. Maybe I make this ever so slightly shorter, and move some of those clips to the other sides, just so the blacksmith can have more room
but still,
on the inside of the store to sell his goods.
Yep.
Because I'm gonna be doing another blacksmith's build sometime, and it's gonna be a much bigger version of what this is, because this is only a small scale store that doesn't specialize that specializes the in the more common utensils, the bigger while the bigger blacksmith I want to build is going to sell more of the fancy the fancier weapons that the knights would want to buy.
I used to do a series on my YouTube channel called Two Minifigure Reviews, where I'd pick two random minifigures to review. It would literally be me just reviewing what my thoughts on the minifigure were. There were a couple minifigures on the show, though, I didn't like reviewing because they just didn't have very many nice details about them. Which, I'll tell you this much, they were city figures that just were very easy to just find duplicates of.
Yeah, I have been streaming for over a year now, because if people watch my 9-year anniversary video, no, sorry, if people watch my 8-year anniversary video, you'll get a backstory about my channel before I started getting active in the community. You'll get more of a history lesson about the life of my channel before I rebooted it in August of 2021. And if you want even further information from that, you can visit my website, mayohosko.weebly.com, for even more for the most amount of information about my online presence you could possibly want. In my 9-year anniversary video, I answered the question about why my name is Mayo Hosko.
Nice.
And so in March of 20 no sorry I rebooted my channel on August 2020, not 2021. And in March of 2021, I decided to start doing live streams again, because I had a bunch of Lego pieces that needed to be sorted, and when StreamYard gave me a 50% off coupon in November of 2021, I took that opportunity to pay for unlimited StreamYard hours in the months of December and January. And so I was able to sort 95% of my parts collections in those 2 months. And ever since then, I've been able to sort another 3% of my Lego collection. Now I'm just waiting to fill up a shoebox full of Lego, so I can do another sorting stream series. But I'm purposely delaying that next series of sorting streams because I want to build mocks, and I want to build sets, because there's a lot of sets there's a lot of sets I've bought and built on live streams, and more to come. My Patreon supporters know about one set I'll be building on my 8-hour birthday live stream. I was going to show it off earlier, but I just can't find the box. For the life of me, I just can't find the box. And so if we get a third person on the panel, I'll reattempt to find that box.
I got a question. You ever hear of Rock Raiders?
Yeah, Rock Raiders was actually the first theme to include a big fig back in 1999.
Oh boy, now I'm scared to even bring it up. But I'll go ahead and bring them out. I have some figures from that theme. See?
Yeah, and I know I've got one of the Rock Raiders figures, the one with the jackhammer. I
Actually,
can't remember the character's name, however.
I think that was the first time Lego ever started naming characters as well, wasn't it?
I think they, from my memory, the first named minifigs was actually Bill and Mary in the 1980 ideas book.
Whoops.
But that was only for that was only for an ideas book. I think the first time they had a named minifig in a set was I want to say it was the ice planet. It was the ice planet theme because you had stuff like you had figures like Captain Cold.
Captain Cold.
And
He sounds like,
he was the ice planet minifig that had the like that's completely wrong. When they introduced pirates in 1989, they had Captain they had Captain Redbeard and Governor Broadside.
Governor Broad.
My mistake.
I'm Governor Broadside.
Those were the first named minifigs I can remember in a set.
I know the first, and like you said, the first big fig was the Rock Raiders Rock Monster.
And then they came out with a big fig lava monster in the second wave of Power Miner sets in 2009.
I don't have that one, sadly. I wish I did.
And the titanium command rig from Power Miners in 2008 is probably the best and most wanted of the Power Miners sets. So I'm satisfied with these interior details for now. There's a lot of my mocks. I either need to find the right tools to put in.
So you don't have to get out a picture of it,
or I need to order specific tools off of Bricklink.
Looks like Clayface.
Yeah, I've seen a few people now and then make comparisons between the buildable Clayface from that one set back in 2016 or whatever, and the Rock Monster Big Fig. We've been going live for 3 hours and 59 minutes.
Do you keep your streams up?
Yeah, I don't make my streams private because I get a surprising amount of people who come back and watch on the replay. Because when my live streams are over, in the next week or so, when I go to YouTube Studio and I look at I look at the videos that were last watched in either 60 minutes or the last 48 hours, I see that some people after my live stream is over, even if it was just for 1 second, I see that they've watched my live stream after it's not live anymore. So that kind of stuff, and also I keep my streams there after they're over because otherwise you lose the watch time hours.
Yeah, literally. But anyways, some of the vehicles from the Jurassic World themes are actually pretty good. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, because like I think all of the minifigs in the Jurassic World theme outside of Owen are actually some of the better are actually some of the better detailed minifigs on the market right now.
Yeah. I mean,
Like, I wouldn't be too surprised if there are some people who buy a Jurassic World set not because of the dinosaurs, but because of the minifigs. Which normally people buy the Jurassic World sets because of the dinosaurs, and Lego knows that, which is why they can get away with valuing some of the bigger dinosaurs at $40 as a part of how they price and budget for the different sets. Because normally the smaller well and normally the smaller dinosaurs that aren't the babies you'd expect to pay $10 for from Lego, but the medium ones you'd expect to pay $20 direct from Lego, and then and then the big ones you'd expect to pay $40 direct from Lego, and Lego knows that, so that's why they can get away with charging more for the Jurassic World sets than what some people think they should be priced at, because those dinosaurs, they keep on getting better and better, which means the price for them goes up. Because we were talking about this earlier, me, Gladiator, and mainly Jody Smith of the people in the comments. We were discussing: would you rather get a Lego set that's cheaper but has less details, or would you rather get a set that's more expensive and has those highly detailed builds? I'm a fan of vintage Lego, so I'd choose for the more simpler, smaller, cheaper version of the set. Oh, Kevin is apparently watching this live stream on his Xbox TV. Wow. I watch a lot of people on Chromecast all the time on my TV.
here's an
Because
idea.
his flash died.
Here's an idea how many times you'll get a Claire figure.
Yeah. But I will say that Claire has a bigger variety of torso printings than what Owen does.
Well, there is several different torso printings for Owen, I will admit, which I will bring up all of them right now.
But not everyone likes Claire as a character.
She was a kind of a nuisance in the movie. No offense.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that same thing.
So I have an army of Owen Grady's. I guess it's time to take. I guess I might as well set them up with some armor plating and let them join the army, because we got an army of Owen Grady's right here. I mean, an army of Chris Pratt's. That would be impressive.
Well, I know that some people have actually made an army of all of the different licensed characters that are minifigs that are played by Chris Pratt.
That'd be an impressive army.
Actually, I think the set that my Patreon supporters know I bought is actually in this bag somewhere. It might be.
Oh, I didn't even know. So I really
Okay,
don't
it's
like
not there.
when. You know, I get annoyed that when I can't find a certain bunch of minifigures. That gets annoying.
So it's not there.
I wanted to show the Bionicle figures to the chat, but I couldn't find them. I found my DC figures. A bunch of Batman figures.
What time is it where you're at right now?
1:05. Oh boy, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so you're in the Eastern time then.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, best version of Batman ever made is this one, which I call the Mad Max Batman. if I could just think of a Mad Max line that I could improvise for Batman. There's no Mad Max line I can think of that I can improvise for Batman.
God, where is that Brickhead set? What did I do with it?
What was that one? What was that one character that I had in here that I wish I had over 100 of, because they were such a cool character. I am in here. Let's see. Is it down here? Do I have another box down here?
This is hiding underneath here somewhere.
You find what you was looking for?
No, it's taking me a little while to find what I'm looking for because I just can't remember where I put it.
Yeah. Oh, I just found one of my old mocks that I haven't taken out in a long time, all covered in dust.
Because I'm done building my mock. Now I just gotta find that set. And there's so many mocks that I've built and so much stuff that I can build. No, sorry, so much stuff that I've already built a long time ago that in an effort to clean stuff up, it's probably just best to put it into my city temporarily or permanently if need be. Because I've got all the right junk in all the wrong place.
I call it Samurai Armored King Kong.
Oh crap.
I heard that. What was it?
There was a tray full of tiles. Oh god damn it.
Oh, crud. Well, here's an interesting story about this little mock I'm holding. I had a Chima gorilla head from the Chima buildable figures, and I thought, why not build a King Kong figure using this head?
Put some stuff into my shoebox for sorting.
This is the closest we'll ever get to a Lego King Kong that I'm holding right here.
I wonder if Lego will ever make a Godzilla big fig. Because if they do, that'd sell like hotcakes, in my opinion.
I have a fake Godzilla figure.
I'm not surprised. There's a bootleg Godzilla out there.
There's bootleg of the Thing. There's a bootleg of a lot of different characters. I have a bootleg of the Thing from the Fantastic Four. That's the only bootleg I've actually been happy to have, because they're never going to come out with the Thing from the Fantastic Four.
I don't know why Lego hasn't made more Fantastic Four sets.
You know what I think Lego needs to do? I've already made a vow. If they make a very good version of Thing based off the actual video game, I will burn the fake big fig I have of Thing. I will literally burn it if Lego does the same character from the video game design. Want to know why?
Why?
Because I want to get rid of the fake. I don't want to have a fake. I want to have a legit Lego figure of him. And that's why I hope Lego does make him. Now, hopefully Hopefully you can see the King Kong figure.
Yeah, I can.
Looks like a little action figure, doesn't he?
Hmm.
I wanted to make it big enough to fight the T-Rex and such, so I made an armored King Kong. Samurai Kong. Wheelah, wheelah. Or
And then, and then, and then you'll probably make a stop motion out of it.
one day I will. Be an interesting stop motion. Samurai Kong would be the name of stop motion. And he'd beat the living daylights out of every T-Rex in the area. But interesting thing about this figure, I actually did some extra designs where he could literally get on all fours like an actual gorilla. There we go. So he's pretty much like an actual gorilla. I mean, he's proportioned the right way. I just wish I could make him so his arms bent as well. But then again, I'm gonna stick with this look.
I think I might need to get a flashlight on my phone to look inside of the crawling spaces because it might have gone under my bed.
Yeah, I understand that. Parts go everywhere.
So let's go get the flashlight on my phone because I might have accidentally hit it under my bed. Okay, I'm not seeing anything there.
Okay.
Just gonna have to do process of elimination to find this thing.
You want to know what the most useless builds that Lego has made for figures are?
What?
The Marvel mechs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm just sick and tired of the mechs. I really am.
But then again, I am kind of not going to insult it too much because I finally got a Wolverine for cheaper.
If they did mechs less often, I wouldn't complain about them as much. If they did a lot of things that I complain about less often, I probably wouldn't be complaining about them.
Me personally, the Wolverine mech is worth it.
Yeah, because they haven't made a Wolverine minifig before that set in over half a decade, which is why everyone wanted that Wolverine mech and didn't care about any of the other mechs because they knew exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, it's like, and then Lego talked about canceling it, and it's like, then you got multiple fans already telling Lego, if you don't release it, then we won't buy anything else from you. Actually, there was a whole petition online where Lego was literally planning on not releasing the Wolverine mech, and I'm like, Lego.
Yeah, that was because they quote unquote had to fix an unstable piece of the build, and it took them 3 months to rectify the problem.
How much you want to
3
bet
months.
wasn't even a problem? How much you want to bet the actual build design, the actual design flaw was actually a bunch of malarkey? I mean, I don't see much difference because there has not been that much of a change to the build, if you noticed. What they need to change is if they're going to give Wolverine protection, a mech protection, they need to think of what Wolverine's going to be fighting. If he's fighting the Hulk, he's doomed. That mech is going to be his coffin. I mean, not really. Wolverine will heal from it, which is another useless fact about Wolverine. He can't die. Why give him a mech? I mean, you get what I mean by that. Wolverine heals from pretty much any kind of wounds he gets. You'd have to be I was a huge Wolverine fan when it first came out, so I know a lot about the character, and I know a little bit about how quickly he can heal from injuries. In fact,
Because he's got that healing powers.
Yeah. So why would he need a mech to fight anything?
When he's pretty much indestructible on his own, because he's literally an immortal.
He is, and I'm still
because he's one of the only people in the whole Hollywood cinematic universe who would not be beneficial to the back to the Bacta tank on Hoth, because he doesn't need to be healed. Everyone in Star Wars that gets injured needs to be healed, but Wolverine doesn't need to be healed because he heals himself.
Star Wars, wrong franchise. He's Marvel. But if he did,
what I'm saying is comparison.
Yeah, you need a whole lot of stuff to save one character. And
Because can you imagine if the Bacta tank was an actual piece of medical grade technology in real life? Everyone would want to go in there, but Wolverine wouldn't need to go in there
because he already heals from his wounds. I mean, there's other franchises that I wish Lego would buy the rights to, like Warhammer 40K. Because it's literally a knight's. There's a reason why I want it that way, because it's literally a mixture between grimdark. It's literally grimdark fantasy, and I love it. I build some of my own custom figures. I'll hold one up for you to see. This is a custom Sister of Battle figure.
I think the only way I'd be able to find my the brickhead set in this mess would be to do a deep clean of my room, get pieces where they need to be, and get all the light junk in all the right place instead of in the wrong place. So I don't think I'm going to be able to retrieve that to show the viewers. So everyone will just have to wait for the build of it. Everyone will just have to wait for the build of it. In my 8-hour birthday live stream, which is the next scheduled live stream. Right. Yeah, and actually, I can't even find the Buzz Lightyear. The Buzz Lightyear brickhead now that I bought a while ago. Maybe they're in the same place.
I think you know what would be worth sending you just for the fun of it? A bunch of Brick Warriors armor pieces. Because I think you would actually use them even though they're not Lego, but they're designed for Lego minifigures.
Yeah, it wasn't for a while there Brick Arms was being sold on Bricklink, but that didn't last long.
Yeah, because Brixar was like, yeah, that's not Lego, and he lost his temper with him. And he should have just shut his mouth because here's the thing: people actually are buying those parts to use it for custom minifigures. I mean, there's no reason to be angry at it. I have a lot of custom weapons and armor packs in here, though.
You know,
Execution.
I probably put them in a box somewhere, and forgotten about them.
Yep. I have an Executioner's hood from Brick Warriors.
Because they're the same size box, and I can't find my Buzz Lightyear one either.
Oh man, that's sad. I
So
hate
yeah, I'm just gonna have to do a deep. I'm just gonna have to do a deep clean of my room, which is I'm overdue to do another deep clean. Uh, regardless, because there's so much stuff that is just put in random places that they don't belong there.
You want to know what sets I really badly want that I've been wanting my Walmart to come out with already?
What?
The Buzz Lightyear sets.
Yeah, those Buzz Lightyear, the Lightyear movie sets are getting a lot of hype because people have been wanting to see. People have been wanting to see minifigure scale Toy Story stuff that isn't Junior's stuff. The reason why the Junior's Toy Story 4 sets didn't sell well is because they were built to Juniors, not actual minifig scale.
And the Buzz Lightyear sets seem to be that.
Yeah, they're minifigs. They're minifig scale, which is why they're selling.
And I think, I don't know, I mean, I know a lot of people are like, why are you wanting to buy a Buzz Lightyear set? That's going to be fun. I'm like, well, I guess I'm a kid. I'll admit I will turn into a kid just to be a kid, just to buy a set.
I think in 7 minutes, I'm going to call it a day. So if there's anything that you want to say for promoting your channel or promoting your social media, go for it.
Okay, guys, subscribe to Mayo Hosko.
And do you have any interesting projects that you're working on your YouTube channel right now?
Well, mostly what I'm doing is planning this. I'm trying, hoping that my Lego wildlife video gets about 10 likes so I can make a second one for it, which is going to be like wildlife documentaries. Basically, it's it's literally the idea of multiple wildlife in one area: dinosaurs, lions, lots of different weird creatures stuck together that doesn't make any sense, but it's hilarious. But it'll be fun to do them for stop motion.
Looks like Zizou's going to bed now. Good
Yep.
night, Zizou.
Hit. Yep. Allergy season really getting bad near my house. Shoot for it.
So before it's too late, I'm gonna wind up to the top of the chat, and I'm gonna go through every chat that's been typed and read out all of the names of people.
I'm gonna have
Who-
to head off to bed myself
Yeah,
because it's really late for me and I'm wore out. Now, how do I leave StreamYard?
there should be an option Well, there should be a word. Well, if you're on the computer, there should be a white X in a red circle to say leave studio.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night as well. See ya.
See ya.
It was a fun stream.
It really was. We should definitely do this again some other
Yeah,
time.
we should. I'm just glad that you got 20 likes from it.
Yeah, that's epic. Have a good night. So, but before I forget, let's read out everyone who participated in the chat today. So we had Lego Joe, Mr. Blue, Jody Smith, Macro Bricks, Mama Lego, Clicking Cliff, Pandemonious Panda, Zizu, Hoarder 66, that's Will Harper if you didn't know, Brooks Bricks, Papa's Bricks, Axel Plate, Tasman Bricks, Gladiator Brick Productions, Seth Bland, Brick Hive, I think we finally chased away all the spammers. Kevin Creamer, Bowickles, not sure if we said Tasman Bricks or not. Bowicksing, Skywin. I was getting tired. And yeah, that was everyone who participated in the chat. So don't forget, if you want to register your spot to be a guest on the 8-hour birthday live stream, if you don't already have the link for the Google Docs, DM me and DM me expressing your interest. I'll send you the Google Docs. Then send me a DM reply back about which time slot you want to be on camera for. I'll edit the Google Docs to add your name to the schedule, and then I'll send you a template with which will be the thumbnail, and then a spot for a name tag for you to insert your name, and then post that template on your social media posts and your Instagram stories, etc., to help drum up the hype for my birthday live stream. That will be the next live stream, this time next week. So thank you for watching, guys. Can't wait to see everyone's participation in my birthday live stream. Can't wait to see more people register to come on to the panel. I'll see you in the next live stream, and I will see you in the next video. Enjoy all of the videos that I have on my channel, and help out a brother try get to 200 followers on Instagram, and I might do something special for my followers over there. So let's roll the credits. Come on. End live stream.